Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please um, join your seats as we are about to start our third plenary session. In 1 minute, if you might join your seat. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed this break and it was the opportunity for you to visit the booth and our partners outside. And please be seated so we can finally start. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is now turn to start our third plenary session. It is a session dedicated to the foundation of any resilient, inclusive extension system, capacity building, and ecosystem engagement. If technology accelerates transformation, and if research provides the compass, then the people, the institutions, the partnership are the engines that move innovation forward. This panel explores how we strengthen the skills, structures, collaboration needed to ensure that the extension system remain farmer-centric, as we said before, but adaptive and far more sustainable. Our discussion is going to be led by five experts whose leadership spans strategy, education, system, food policy, digital learning, biotechnology, and extension governance. Please let me uh, invite our guest to join us to the stage. And I will start by Dr. Siraj, who has been able to join us this afternoon for this panel. Welcome on stage, Mr. Siraj. Please, your applause. Our second guest is going to join us online. It is Dr. Senthil Vinayagam, and he is connected, I guess, with us now from India. And welcome, if you can hear us, Dr. Vinayagam. Your applause, I think he can hear us and see us. And by the time we can see him ourselves, let me excuse Dr. Suresh Babu, who had circumstances that couldn't allow him to meet with us today, but he was supposed to be part of this plenary session. And please let me welcome our next guest, Dr. Bruce Erickson. I'm very happy to welcome you on stage, Doctor. Please, your applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know that this is a very rich and serious panel and gathering, but please let's welcome our guest. And thank you. Yes, perfect. Our next guest is Dr. Purina Sharma. She is the managing director of Biotech Council. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sharma. And the final panelist to join us on stage is Dr. Ronald Bates. Please, Doctor, join us on stage so I can properly introduce you, doctors, to start this discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is my honor and pleasure to yes. Welcome, Doctor, with us. Can you hear us? I think if you can hear us, just say hi. And so, yes, perfect. So I'm very happy to open this panel. And I'm going to start with the first round of questions, as you know, and then invite our panelists to conclude with a final word. So my first question, of course, will go to Dr. Rashid Sarraj. Let me remind you that he is the Director of Strategy and Africa Initiative at CAES UM6P. and he's a continental true leader shaping research ecosystem and capacity development framework, Africa-led innovation agendas. So, Dr. Seraj, thank you for joining us. We were very happy to hear your keynote video this morning, and we are happy that you're here with us. My first question to you is going to be, how does UM6P, through CIES and Africa Initiative, build the human and institutional capacities that are required for a truly farm-centric extension ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. Uh, First of all, please bear with me. I don't want to be repeating myself again because I've sent a registered message as I was on the road, coming back from a big event that was happening all last week in Africa, in Botswana, Gaborone with Reform. And what I can tell you, and I'm not replying directly to your question about UM6P, but I will come to it, is that Africa is on the move. This is a very positive message I'd like to convey, because some of us, we sitting in North Africa sometimes have our heads in the north, and we don't necessarily come to grasp with the realities of sub-Saharan Africa. Africa, as you know, is facing all the challenges you could imagine: climate, demography, disruptive changes, and all that. But in the same time, I think there is hope, because you see the youth that are coming into this area, startups, thinking there is a lot ongoing. So I invite you to keep your radars open to those changes. Now, to come to your question, at UM6P, as you know, it's, as we say, it's in our DNA. Because when we started with a mission to serve not only for Morocco, but for Africa. So, and we are a baby. We are very recent. I mean, when you look at some institutions like INRA or others, universities that have been in Morocco, we are 8, maybe 9 years old. We're in the beginning. What you pronounce KS is the College of Agriculture and Environmental Science. It is what now? 2 years? It's 2 years. 3 years. So we are fresh, and we have a strategy that tries to bring things together. We have to stay humble. I cannot claim today that we have done it. We're still in the beginning. We are in.
What a brilliant beginning, though.
No, exactly, and that is why we hope through this kind of convenings we can join hands together with many others. I think the colleague from AFAS said it also this morning. Nobody can do this alone in this continent. Nobody. So we have to learn the lessons from what happened in the past decades, and then we have to connect the dots with all what's happening today. Now, the particularity of UM6P, and I think we're lucky for that, is that although we're trying to build on the legacies, but we have the particular items that we're linking with the private sector. Because many institutions talk about PPP, public, private, but it's easy to say, much harder to do. We were born into it. So we have this strong connection with OCP, because it was, as you know, OCP that created the university. So we have this particular thing. The second one is that the Moutmir, which was created initially by OCP, initially was not part of the university, came in that same year when we were doing the strategy. So I believe this is really a unique model in the continent.
Absolutely.
Where we have a very strong extension service, very modern, farmer-centric, that's coming to a university that does research and education. So what else can one hope for? I think we are, second, we're trying to build the partnerships that are needed across the continent. And here I wear, for a moment, my hat of the Africa Initiative. So that's part of my job. is to connect the dots with what's happening. As I told you about the reform, but we're also connected to most, if not all, of the active institutions in this area of research in Africa. Can give you an example. Last summer in July, we brought together the Association of African Universities that has more than 450 universities. They were all in Rabat. And this association, by the way, was created in Rabat in 1967, and we brought it back. So we're putting UM6P in the center of this, because we realize, as I said, that we cannot do this alone, and we are working in partnership. The second strong network that we are connected with is the ARUA, the African Research Universities Alliance. So this is somehow the Ivy League of Africa. It has mostly universities from South Africa, Makerere, Rwanda. So we're working together with all these.
Yes.
Now, to come back to your question about, in particular field of extension, I think I don't want to repeat what the previous panels have said. We've heard a lot of good wisdom already from the two previous panels. One of them, for instance, is that things are not like in the past linear. Because in the past, we used to say, okay, the researcher will do the research, he will find something, and then he'll find an extension agent that will take it to the farmer. Things do not work like that anymore. It's more complex, it's more systemic. So you have to put center from the beginning in the picture. You have to address the demand. It has to be demand driven, because otherwise you just create a technology that will not serve the purpose. And I think my colleague, Dr. Bouhsini and Lamri has expressed this. We need to pay attention. And by the way, I'm humbled also to say that after a career as a scientist, I'm also now a part-time farmer. And the thing I discovered, the most important thing I discovered when I go to a field with olive or pomegranates or barley, whatever, is that I don't know much actually after a whole career in science. Because when you go up to the field and trying to face that daily challenge of producing high productivity, I think we're humbled. And this is a message to the scientists. Things are complicated, and we have to learn also from the farmers.
Absolutely.
So this conveys a very important topic that I hope we can start paying attention to, is the indigenous knowledge. Farmers are not just there to listen to us. When I talk to my neighbor farmers, and honestly, I learn a lot more from him than the other way around. So we have to keep this in the picture in Africa. How do we combine all these wonderful new technologies and artificial intelligence and all that with this reality of the indigenous knowledge, and keep this information flowing in both directions? I think that is basically what the learn lesson. I will keep it here for now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siraj, for reminding us UN6P's ecosystem is actually very good at connecting dots, as you said. And this event is a clear example of that. We bring knowledge from across the world, and it contributes to the local and the continental experience. So it's the opportunity for me to turn to our digital panelists, Dr. Centil. If you can hear us, we would like to have your insights. Dr. Senthil Vinayagam is the CEO of AIDEA and head of Education Systems Management Division in ICAR NAM India. He's one of the architects of India agri-innovation startups ecosystem and specialist in competency-based extension training. Dr. Vinayagam, thank you for joining us and joining our conversation. My question to you would be, how can AI enabled startups ecosystem reinforce the resilience in agri-food systems in a way that supports extensions actors in adopting and scaling new technologies? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for putting uh, very clear examples that show us how much startup ecosystem is part of the future of agri-tech in the world, in India, and also in Africa. It is now time for me to introduce our next guest, Dr. Bruce Erickson. You are the director of Agronomy e-learning academy in Purdue University. You are a pioneer in digital agriculture, education, and competency development for future agricultural workforces. My question to you, Dr. Erickson, would be adoption of digital agriculture still lags being expectation, sorry. So which factors do you think are limiting this adoption? And how can your education experience um, give a perspective on how to accelerate the many calls that agricultural next innovation need?
Well, thank you for the question. And again, thank you for being the opportunity to be here and for the hospitality I've received so far here. It's been a wonderful experience. But let me address the adoption situation first of all. My colleagues and I at Purdue University and the Department of Agriculture of the United States, we track the adoption of various digital technologies. And it's not a one-track thing. As you know, precision agriculture or digital agriculture is a set of dozens of different things: sensors, guidance. We have remote sensing and proximal sensing and robotics and artificial intelligence and all of that stuff. But there is a lack of good information from around the world. It's difficult to get a good handle on what's going on in many parts of the world. But we feel like it's important to track the adoption of digital agriculture because we want to know who's doing what, but probably more importantly, why they're doing certain things and how we can assist them, because there's many barriers to digital agriculture. We know that digital agriculture or precision agriculture is what many feel is the future era of innovation in agriculture. In the past, we've had mechanization, we've had hybridization, there's been improvements in fertilizer technology and biotech and all those types of things. And many people see digital agriculture, I don't think this is news to any of you, many people see that as our next giant leap in where we're going to go with agriculture. And so the era of digital agriculture, I guess for the most part, around the world, our current era is probably 2 to 3 decades old. And many people would say that the advancement of this has been disappointing. There certainly have been some technologies that have been rapidly adopted, and I'll go into some of those here in a bit. But there have been some others that, while there may have been a flash of excitement early on, they have, for the most part, not been adopted. And one of the things that is probably most troubling for us too in terms of digital agriculture is that it tends to be more adopted on large grain and oilseed farms around the world, much more than on smaller farms and on specialty farms. And we don't want to create this so-called digital divide in the future. We want to make sure that everyone can participate in digital agriculture. And so we look at some of the reasons why different people adopt certain things here. So just one bit of something that we have noticed in terms of digital agriculture is that in addition to the large farms and the grain and oilseed farms being the earlier adopters of things, we have also noticed that it's the automated technologies that are adopted more quickly. And I could give you an example of like a cell phone is probably not a big technological leap for most of us. So certainly now it wasn't, but the cell phones were adopted very rapidly by people. Auto guidance on farms or self-steering tractors was adopted quite rapidly on large farms because it doesn't require a lot of input of data and analysis. It's pretty much intuitive. What you install it on your implement, on your tractor, on your harvester, on your sprayer, and you could go on from there and do digital agriculture. But if you have to collect data, if you have to analyze it, if you have to then go back to the field and do something on the farm, a multi-step process like that, that's where the technology often is abandoned because there's too
Absolutely.
much complication and too many steps to it. And so what we're always trying to do is to try to automate the data collection system and the analysis and the delivery of this. If we can do that as much as possible, that's going to help expedite the adoption of digital technology. For a smaller farmer, I'm not quite sure what to do. If the farmer is not mechanized, if they don't have a tractor, if they don't have a machine on their farm, if it's hand labor, there seem to be currently few options to get them into the digital era.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erickson, for this answer. And it's interesting that you say that you don't know how to apply it to small farmers. This is why I'm turning to you, obviously, Dr. Purnima Sharma. I remind the assistants that you are the managing director of Biotech Consortium in India. You lead a biotech-based ecosystem engagement, public-private collaboration, and technology validation. And I want to know, Dr. Sharma, could you share concrete technology-enabled ecosystem engagement model from India? Because we know that you have many that actually strengthened collaboration and co-creation for resilient agri-systems. Okay. Oh,
It was working, yeah.
I think this one is working. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, thank you very much for this question. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, all Moutmir and UM6P, for having invited me here and for allowing me to participate in this very, very insightful conference. So coming back to the question, actually, I thought that it will be nice to share example on how a good technology succeeds if it is embedded in a very supportive ecosystem. So in India, the plant tissue culture technology has revolutionized the modern agriculture. For those who don't know about this technology, this is basically used to multiply superior, varieties of plants, which are disease-free, true to type. And in early 2000s, there was a lot of, this has revolutionized, and a lot of these small-scale, companies, they came up. And that also led to multiplication of the inferior planting material, and therefore the farmers lost confidence in that. And that's how the government, the national government, decided to come up with a supportive, a certification system, which was, implemented by us. And that really helped in propagation of, good varieties by having enabled systems, which led to propagation of disease-free planting materials. So what they did was they came up with the SOPs, the standard operating procedures, for different plants. And I've also seen that Here in Morocco, this particular technology has a lot of significance, but as of now, there are few companies which are operating. They are also exporting. But then there is potential for many more such companies to set up. But I think learning from the India experience, it will be good to have such certification system in place right from the beginning. So this is not like the conventional certification system where the planting material is produced and after that, somebody certifies and sees whether it is good or bad. This certification system is different in the sense that it helps in supporting each and every segment of the value chain. So right from the companies, from the farmers, the testing laboratories, so that each and every step across the value chain is strengthened, so that collectively, the whole country is benefited in terms of high quality planting material. And actually, in the last few years since this was set up, the production capacities have gone up tremendously high. Many more companies have come up. The market demand for this has gone up, and also the visibility of the companies who actually adopted this has gone up. So I think this is a brilliant example of how a supportive ecosystem can help in realizing full potential of technology, which has the potential for revolutionizing the agri system.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma, for this very clear example. And I now turn to you, Dr. Ronald Bates. No, please, you can keep it. Thank you. I will turn to you, as I said, Doctor. I remind the assistants that you are the director of MSU Extension Agricultural and Agribusiness Institute. You are an expert in preparing and supporting extension systems, educators especially, to work with efficiency with farmers. So my question to you would be, what processes do you use to prepare new extension educators to understand their system and engage meaningfully with the farmers?
Well, certainly, thank you very much, Ms. Clement, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and certainly thank the organizers for this opportunity. And really, so my answer is very pragmatic in our approach. So if you don't mind, let me give you a little bit of background. So the state of Michigan is about 56% the size of Morocco. So we have about 2.43 million arable hectares. And we recognize over 300 commodities. So more or less, if you can raise it or grow it in a temperate climate, we have it. And so it becomes very challenging then to be able to work with a very diverse agricultural group. Also, as Dr. Stevenson mentioned, our extension and research programs are integrated. So we have our extension people working with our research faculty. In many cases, research faculty also have an extension assignment as well. So it allows us to be able to move information, from the lab to the field very quickly. So as what we've learned is that we as we hire new people, the first thing they tell us is that they become overwhelmed. And we had a situation where after the pandemic, we ended up hiring nearly half of our staff, that people had left either retirements or resignations. In a very quick period of time, over a period of about 2.5 years, we rehired half of the people. We have approximately 70 people. So what we had to do is help them be able to be successful, because as they're hired, they're expected to get out and work with the communities, and because our system is very much farmer-centric. So what we've done, and realizing the people that are coming to us are coming either from out of a master's degree program, so right out of the research program, or coming out of careers that they have not worked with the extension system in the past. So what we've done is that we've set up a comprehensive process where the first thing we do is we appoint them a mentor, somebody else that has more experience in the system. We also appoint a mentoring committee that will interact with them throughout their first year. And so what we do with those is that both the committee and the mentor help them be able to learn our communication systems because we have multiple systems that people can use to be able to communicate with farmers. We also have other digital decision-making systems that people can use and help so they can help farmers be able to understand either changes in weather or pests and so forth, and how that can be used, as well as some of our other digital-based systems. And then I have a co-director that our associate director I work with, and her and I meet monthly with them as well. So what this does is it gives a regular check-in with our staff from different vantage points. What I mean by that is you have people that are experienced working out in the field with farmers, with agribusiness, to be able to develop the partnerships that are so necessary. And much of our work is based on partnerships, so we can help use partner organizations to help communicate the information that we provide. And then we have a regular check-in and discussion with our new employees regarding how they are developing their own individual networks, partnerships, making sure they're getting in touch with many of our different commodity organizations to learn and interact with those people.
Yes.
And then as well. So I think the fact is that we spend the first year very intentionally working through multiple different touch points with people that are experienced within the program to help our newer staff understand how to build partnerships, how to develop educational programs, how to use the educational or the communication systems, as well as the digital decision-making systems, access our service centers like soil testing, plant pest diagnostics, and so forth, so that they can be successful with working with farmers, developing and delivering educational programs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronald Bates. This concludes our first round of questions. And as you've seen before, I always like to end up with one central word and question that allows the audience to keep the most important feedback that you want to give them. So I will start by you, Dr. Siraj, and I want to know rapidly from you, in practice, what model of ecosystem engagement have proven to be the most effective for accelerating inclusive innovation in Africa, across Africa as well?
Well, to be honest, I don't have a quick response to that. What model has worked? Of course, there are examples of successes all across the world, but I think the bottom line is that the statu quo is no more valid.
Absolutely.
For instance, my colleague Dr. Bouhsouni was speaking this morning about Norman Borlaug and the Green Revolution and how that change happened. Yeah, in India, Pakistan. And it has, of course, been a tremendous success in the 60s and 70s up to the 80s in bringing productivity, reducing hunger in the world. And the model was pretty simple. Semi-dwarf varieties, put fertilizer and irrigation and extension services. I am afraid that kind of model is no more valid, at least, and I'm keeping in mind Africa. So now we have to imagine something else. Extension service, even this word extension, I'm starting having my doubts about it. Maybe we need to find something else. We need to challenge ourselves to be creative, to invent or to reinvent the whole thing. Now, what do we know? For instance, the particularity, as my colleague was saying, for instance, you're comparing the US or the Midwest in the US and agriculture, it has nothing to do with agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa, because
Yes.
the socio-economic realities are completely different.
Different, yes.
Now you're dealing, 80% of the holding are small holders. They have a couple of hectares at the maximum. So you cannot apply the same schemes that are in mind and bring in technology or innovation to these cases. This is the beginning. And as I told you, previous experience working on small-scale family farming, I learned a little bit about these challenges. So how do we manage across these realities, and how do we bring? I think the extension service at it worked before is no more valid. And this we did in a paper I'd be happy to share with you. As I said, we did with IFAD a few years back, showing basically that the classic model of extension services have collapsed, at least in our region and all across Africa. Now we have to come up with something new. And I think what we saw with Moutmir is not a final model in my view, but at least it has shown the way ahead.
Yes.
Why? Because it has connected the advisory service of the extension with the input, with the soil analysis, with the link to private sector, and bringing all this together. So what is the learning from here? What we're learning is that extension is the extension agent, as it used to be, is changing from that service to becoming the catalyst or the connector. That agent that will connect across the value chains. And I think as we're speaking about agri-food systems, we are definitely talking about value chains. So we're not
Absolutely.
talking just about the guy who is going to tell us how much phosphorus or N I put in my field. We're talking about someone that brings the intelligence connecting finance, markets, input, private sector, digital extension, and so on and so forth. So, and hence, I think the challenge is also to bring the capacity building, and this is the beauty of having that insert in a university,
Yes.
in bringing the know-how of that extension service so that they become kind of multidimensional. They know about entrepreneurship, they know about finance, they know about insurance schemes and markets, because these are the realities of small holding. How do we link with cooperatives? And I think we've had recent event about cooperatives. There is a lot to learn there. And this is also maybe a specific need there to develop more knowledge. And how do we bring the knowledge to cooperatives? How do we work with particular groups, as it has been mentioned this morning, especially the youth and
Yes.
women?
Yes. This is
One
what
big
we're going
problem
to
in
discuss.
Africa today, you know what it is? The youth do not attracted to agriculture. And why? Because they haven't seen the success of their parents. So they're running away to the cities doing something else. So how do we bring them back to the rural areas and invest? And you have to bring, and as I must say, to end up in a positive note, there are signs of hope. Last week, I was talking to a young guy from Kenya who has started, and his initial training was not even in agriculture. And he's now demonstrated the productivity in rice, for instance, up to 8.5 tons. I couldn't believe this. You know, the productivity in most producing areas in Africa, what it is, Silgarus, it's maybe less than 1 ton, I would say. 2 at the maximum.
Yes.
8.5. So for me, this is it demonstrates that yes, it is possible to do it if we bring the knowledge, if we bring all the ingredients, and that's where I think the value proposition of the new extension service to come
Is.
across Africa.
Absolutely.
I'll keep it there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siraj. I think we keep in mind that you've reminded us how important it is to recreate and continue constantly to reinvent models that work, that adjust to the ecosystem, the environment, and the new constraints. So it's the opportunity for me to turn again to Dr. Cynthia. I don't know if, Doctor, you are with us. Doctor? Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. So my next question is for you. This is a very straightforward question where I want to know, in your opinion, what is the next frontier when it comes to competencies and skill development for extension professionals in fast evolving agri-innovant systems? Yeah. Thank Thank you very much, Doctor, for these clear examples. I will not turn to you, Dr. Erickson. I want to know, Dr. Sentel mentioned that we have to have applicable skills. So if we want to consider data or AI skills that must be embedded in the future for agricultural workforce training, what are we looking at?
So very good question. And here we are ready to venture into the artificial intelligence era. And I would say we're not quite ready in many ways. But there's some really big money behind this, and there are some great expectations. And what we're trying to do at Purdue, and I know this is happening around the world too, is to try to prepare our future workforce to be competent in artificial intelligence. But before that, we need solid data science skills too. And so many of our students that come to Purdue aren't fluent in data science. They don't like working with spreadsheets. They don't enjoy programming. Doing data programming doesn't seem intuitive to them. And so they have little idea how a sensor works and those types of things. And so we've really tried to ramp up our efforts to get them ready for this. And not only at the university, but also in our outreach programs. And so a couple of strategies that we feel work in this area. And we don't have all the answers, of course, but we feel like something that makes sense to students is to consider the data life cycle. You acquire data, whether that's a sensor or scrape it off the web or whatever that is. You may need to do a data cleaning or a data merging or a data management sort of a thing. That's the next step in the cycle. And you need to curate your data too. You need to make sure that it's managed correctly. So it's put in a format that's usable by others also, okay? Then you do an analysis. That's the next step in this. You need to make that analysis understandable by others. So you talk about it, you write about it, you visualize it. What type of a graphic or what type of a table or whatever. There are a lot of skills that are not very well developed in many of our students.
Yeah.
And then, of course, data is of no value and intelligence is of no value unless it is intelligence, unless it knows the context and unless it's used to drive a decision. If you're not doing something different from that data process, then you really have completely wasted your effort in that. And so
Absolutely.
that's the one thing is the data life cycle. The other thing that we have done is that anyone that's an educator knows that one of the key principles of education is that people tend to layer the information in their brain. They relate something new to what they already know. Okay, and so if you send them into a data science class that is just general information, that may not be as meaningful for a student as opposed to if you put it in the context of animals in a pasture or crops in a field or a food processing system with a food company or whatever example you want to use. Students relate to that and they can then make sense of that type of data. And so one other thing I wanted to also mention too
Yes.
is that I'm the director of this e-learning academy, and we have 4 different courses, online courses, and we got a grant to develop our digital agriculture course, and we recently decided that we would be offering that for $100, which is a fraction of what we normally charge with agribusiness. And so if you're interested in this, you can do a search for Agronomy e-learning academy. We'd be very happy to the $100 was just a nominal. We thought that we wouldn't want to do it for free because people need to pay something
Yes.
to think that there is some value to it. And so we
Absolutely.
thought $100 was that. And then also, if you're curious about our adoption information, again, you could do another search for that. And we have numerous articles published about who's doing what in digital agriculture in various parts of the world, and why are they doing it, and all that type of thing.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, I think that's enough for now.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Erickson, for pointing out opportunities of learning, because obviously one of the key strategy in this field is to keep growing and to keep learning. And we can learn from institutes like yours, but we can also learn from other people or other context experience. So this allows me to turn to you, Dr. Sharma. How can your experience inform Africa's journey toward this resilient, innovation-driven agricultural ecosystem?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So, as I had mentioned, we are assisting the Government of India, Department of Biotechnology, in driving innovation through ecosystem engagement by helping them implement some of the flagship programs. One was the national certification system for plant tissue culture, which I spoke, and we'll be very happy to help implement the same here. In addition to that, we are also the technology transfer office for biotechnology, set up by the Government of India. And as was mentioned in the first plenary session, that the challenges that are being faced by the agriculture system here in Africa and Morocco, there's a need to implement and adopt many of the biotechnologies, including biofertilizer, biopesticide, biostimulants. Some of them are being done, but there's a need for many more, even for lives in the area of livestock stock technology. So we'll be very happy to transfer those technologies, helping in collaborations, helping in startup engagement, etc. And as I said, this is a very specialized area, so maybe we can work with the TTO systems here and see how we can mutually help each other to strengthen the tech transfer system. Especially we've seen that many of the technologies that are being developed here and in India also, they sometimes make use of technologies which actually the IPs, the intellectual properties, are held by other countries, and therefore when we actually want to deploy them at a commercial scale, they become non-feasible because of the kind of license fee one has to pay to make them commercially implementable. So I think there are many such challenges which we have already faced, and we can help to overcome those and to find out ways and means to take them forward. So I think in short, the tissue culture is, and also helping in transfer of technologies in collaborations, whether it's public private or private private, public public collaborations, will be very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma, for sharing what knowledge can be transferable and inspiring for our ecosystems in Africa. I will now wrap up this plenary session with your answer, Dr. Bates. When it comes to tools or approaches that are most effectively build trust between new educators and farming communities, what do you think that is?
So that's a very important question. And as often has been said here today, is that, really the research that's been done, until it's implemented in that last mile, as we've talked about, is really just an academic exercise until it makes a difference in the lives and businesses of farmers. So I think particularly what we've tried to do is be able to work collaboratively in a teamwork approach. This would include extension educators based across our state and counties, which would be districts in many countries, that are working collectively with our faculty on a variety of different educational meetings. So this would be both in person as well as web-based, so that we can reach people where they're at, because oftentimes travel even can be very difficult in certain situations. We've worked very hard to be able to develop field days, not only at research centers, as Dr. Stevenson mentioned, but also on farmers' fields, as well as develop and be able to show those demonstrations in a way that people can understand how to implement those, as well as to do research on farms at field scale to be able to demonstrate how new technologies can be implemented, as well as being able to develop new ideas or use the new ideas, like some of the digital tools we've talked about in terms of being able to develop precision agricultural approaches using remote sensing so that we can be able to show as well as demonstrate farmers as well as agribusiness to be able to how those tools can be implemented and effective. So I think I won't say the secret, but certainly the key is building trust. And that's how we were able to use our extension program to have local people living there, working in communities, build trust with not only the farmers, but also agribusiness at a very technical level, but yet be able to access that information from the university in a way that is be able to deliver it to people in means and forms that they can understand, that it makes sense to them, and it matches the needs and how they will be able to implement that in their business and farms.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bates, because you actually remind us that trust is the fundamental key for all the ecosystem, not only with the farmers, but with all the ecosystem. And capacity building is certainly the backbone of that farmer-centric extension that we've been talking about. So thank you very much, dear panelists and dear guests, for these brilliant interventions. It is my opportunity now to maybe open okay, I have I have two questions. Okay, we'll say three for the gentleman, and but if it's possible, just to make, I don't know if the ladies are here, or I can bring it myself. Thank you very much. So if it's just possible to make it quick so they can answer all the questions, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, the topic is very important, the capacity building. My question, in fact, or orientation, because once we talk about capacity building within this framework that we are talking about, farmer-centric model, we have to think about three levels. We have to think about three levels. The level that what universities are doing, producing scientists and so on. But we have extension, and probably I will use the word advisor, farmer advisor, because my colleagues Serge don't like the extension that. So the capacity building there, because those guys, they need an update of their knowledge, which is fast, because with the creation of knowledge, the update of this advisor, farmer advisor of their knowledge is very important. And then the farmer. So my question, how the universities will be doing this? Is there any approach the universities are thinking about these three type of capacity building?
Thank you very much for this question. Do you want to answer?
I would certainly, I think quite simply, it's building collaborations and where we're working together and creating decisions and opportunities collectively so that there is trust between the universities and partners and funders and ultimately farmers, so that farmers feel that they can trust the people that they're working with, both within their own commodity organizations, with state government, and with the system, and vice versa. So I think it's really thinking about this as a partnership up and down the value chain, and so helping that people can understand how to continue to move innovation forward in a collective manner, not as a top-down approach.
Thank you, Dr. Bates, for this answer. We'll take quickly two quick questions, please. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Atman Aoui, je suis président d'une association spécialisée dans le dialogue communautaire, la médiation et la transformation du conflit. La première question, est-ce que la voie académique est suffisante pour la vulgarisation agricole, ou bien il faut entendre aussi la voix de la société civile et des agriculteurs? La deuxième question, de quelle agriculture on parle? Est-ce que l'agriculture de l'élite, ou bien une approche qui intègre aussi l'agriculture des zones montagnardes et des oasis? Et comment vous expliquez l'installation excessive dernièrement d'une agriculture, d'une monoculture sur des grandes surfaces dans les oasis, au détriment et au profit d'une agriculture qui était intensive sur les petites surfaces, diversifiée vivière dans les oasis et qui a pu assurer la survie des populations pour des siècles dans les oasis.
Thank you
La
very much.
troisième, est-ce que l'ONCA ne contribue pas à l'oubli des connaissances ancestrales? Et là, je veux rappeler l'utilité de la recherche-action avec la société civile et les populations locales dans la recherche scientifique. Pour nous, pour la technologie, je crois qu'elle nous menace maintenant parce qu'il y a des gens qui viennent pour accaparer les terres et avec une vocation d'investissement et de création de l'emploi, mais vers la fin, ils utilisent la technologie et ne créent plus d'emplois, donc ils prennent la terre, l'eau et ne créent plus d'emplois. Pour la dernière question, enfin, c'est comment vous expliquez l'avancement scientifique dans le domaine de la production des semences avec la disparition des semences paysannes. Et maintenant, l'agriculture est devenue dépendante de l'achat des semences de chez les grosses entreprises. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. We'll be happy to address these questions to Dr. Siraj, but I hope I think, Doctor, you'll be able to answer maybe one question out of the four, so we can quickly give one question to the room. Thank you.
That's a nice way to put me in a hot seat, addressing all these questions. But I will respond in French first, and then I'll give a quick summary because some of the questions are specific. The first one was about how universities might be taking on the extension and capacity building versus what civil society does. That's my understanding. En fait, je pense que personne, à ma connaissance, en tout cas ce que j'ai entendu toute cette matinée, n'a dit que les universités vont tout remplacer. Pas du tout. Les universités sont une partie, parce qu'il y a toute une partie qui est liée à la recherche, à la formation qui se passe dans les universités. Mais ceci n'empêche que, bien sûr, la société civile, les ONG, le privé, c'est au contraire. Hein, c'est ce qu'on dit, c'est qu'il faut de tout, comme on dit en bon français, il faut de tout pour faire un monde. Maintenant, il faut souligner aussi que les universités, en Afrique en tout cas, sont en train de changer. On n'a plus ce modèle de l'université académique qui reste dans son bureau, qui fait dans ses amphis. En fait, les universités sont de plus en plus engagées dans ce processus de transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires. Je peux mentionner le grand projet, en fait, je viens de ça, de TACDEV. TACDEV, c'est un gros projet, 100 millions de dollars financé par M. pour la transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires. Et qui c'est qui s'en occupe? C'est les universités africaines. Voilà, ça, le premier. Les oasis, c'est un grand débat, je n'irai pas là-dedans parce que je pense que ça mérite tout un congrès là-dessus. Et pareil, sur les questions spécifiques de la gestion du secteur. I hope it makes sense. What I am saying is that universities
It perfectly made sense for
changing.
us. I do not think that you've been able to understand. Right. But thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Siraj, for concluding this brilliant panel. Please, distinguished guests, join me for the picture. And it will be time for the sake of your lunch break to conclude this plenary session. And before you all go running to the food, because I know you're hungry probably, I will just ask you to please follow me for a group photo outside. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear guests. It was very brilliant to hear from you. Make sure that you're back at that time. So 3, we meet here to start. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
6 a.m. and my thoughts Montgomery so thick today, and her feet today don't want to fill my shoes as they gaze into the hands of routine. They breathe their lost few words into the channels of sound that turn a human to God, making them unassuming tenants in your daybreak dreams. In that minute they stole, you live a new routine. You know who illusion. Just a face in the crowd, connection to the moment. Go between, go inside, ticket backstage pass. You know I ain't 4 seconds, first eyes five, checking on the all the page in your book gets ready to the silence. Lifting your eyes up, losing the price up, waiting for the flashback, baby. You know who I am. 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 PM and your thoughts run to a realness so big today. In your mind, I'll say you have found someone familiar you can call your own. In the words that I sing, get to the microphone. On the small screens of a sense of mind, write a pen with the eloquence and the words with free to find dreams. Time by time, living vicariously on a slate, white clean. But do you know who I am? You know who I am. 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 Nakupenda penda. Oh, but another one goes the door. See, we are opening up one more.
Black.
There we grow, how we grow. Tahiti, but another one closed the door. Ooh, we are opening up one more. Hey, how we grow, hey, how we grow. Tahiti, maisha ni mazuri, maisha ni mazuri. Kidogo kidogo. Kidogo. Nakupenda penda. One more, one more, one more. That's how we grow. Will you remember? Won't you stay tender? Time won't stand still. Just like I won't surrender. I won't surrender. Will you remember? Won't you stay tender? Time won't stand still. Just like I won't surrender. I won't surrender.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this afternoon to continue our brilliant program. We had a very rich opening, and I'm very happy to invite you to sit down and enjoy the rest of our program. The next, the next plenary session is very important to me, but not really because I'm a woman, but because I am very much concerned about growth, and growth in Africa cannot be achieved without thinking of women, youth, and all inclusive innovation and extension. This continent has more than 70% of young people under 25. So it's not only a necessity, it is a mission. And that mission belongs to every single one of us here. So it's very important to me to introduce to this panel the following guests that will be sharing the topics of this plenary, which is women, young, youth, and inclusive innovation in extension. Allow me to call all my panelists and start with Dr. Ringel Karen, that is an assistant professor of the Department of Community and Leadership Development, Kentucky University, USA. Please applaud for our first guest. Our second guest is Dr. Saidi Mkowa, Executive Secretary and CEO of African Conservation Tillage Network in Kenya. Welcome, Dr. Mkowa. Our third guest is Manal Hadda, Assistant Professor at CAES UN6P. Thank you, Mrs. Hadda, for joining us. And then our final panelist is Yunus Ibu Al-Fahsi. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it well, but you are the regional coordinator for Al-Moutmir, Morocco. Please, excuse me, dear panelists, would you mind coming to the center to make sure that this conversation... Yes, please, thank you. Perfect. So thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, because I know that after the lunch, it's always a little bit harder. So thank you. Oh, sorry. I thought I called you before. So Rebecca, please join us. So Rebecca Knopper is from University of Kentucky, USA. So please join the stage. And you are an extension agent for agriculture and natural resources, Kentucky University. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm very sorry. I thought I called you. So it allows me to start this very interesting panel that is a main topic, as I said, for everybody. And I will start with you, actually, Dr. Ringnal. So as an anthropologist and extension scholar, Dr. Ringnal actually works at the extension of rural development, community leadership, natural resource management in the US and Morocco. She actually works to illuminate how inclusive extension can drive border, territorial, and social development. And our second panelist is Dr. Manhal Mahadda, and she is the researcher in agro-biodiversity and climate resilience, and she examines how women, youth contribute to essential knowledge to sustainable farming system and how extension can amplify their roles. Our third guest, Mr. Saidi, is an executive secretary, as I mentioned, and he is a continental leader when it comes to conservative agriculture, mechanization, and innovation adoption. He brings a unique Pan-African perspective on what makes technology meaningful for women and youth. And then Rebecca, this time I will not forget. You are an extension agent with decades of field experience, and you lead programs supporting women farmers, youth groups, and community-based agricultural learning. Thank you for being part of this panel. And then finally, Mr. Yunus, you are the regional coordinator of Al-Moutmir and a champion of El Moutmir, which is the feminine version. And you support operationalization of inclusivity within Morocco, leading farmer-centric extension models. Dear panelists, I'm very happy to welcome you. And my first round of questions is going to start with you, Dr. Renaud. Drawing on your work in Morocco and the US, how can farmer-centric extension programs drive borders, rural development outcomes by meaningfully interrogating women and youth as producers and natural resources managers?
Thank you so much. I really want to thank you and the organizers and fellow panelists for this really rich event. I've already learned a tremendous amount. I come at Farmer Extension and Agroecological Systems as an anthropologist, where I work with the social organization and some of the social and political and economic issues involved in many of the important questions that you've been dealing with today. As we know, a farmer is never just a farmer. They are always embedded in systems of kinship, of economic relationships, of social relationships. And so when we think about working with farmers, we are always thinking about rural development. And we can also be thinking about urban development as well, but I think urban agriculture has some different dynamics. So we know that farmers are men, women, old and young, but they are never individuals. They are always part of households, they are always part of kin networks, and they are a part of complex land ownership systems. And so for many of the processes that we're talking about, how we access our natural resources and who has control over land, whether they own it or not, is one of the important drivers of our policies and our programs. I think it's also important to note that farmers are also embedded in local systems of governance and government. And many of those systems are under pressure in the US, for instance, from reduced funding or from the exhaustion of natural resource industries. So when the coal industry, for example, goes away, then in fact, local governments have additional pressures. Here in Morocco as well, there are a lot of possibilities for action at the local government level, including communal development plans and other ways of addressing communal needs, not just individual needs. So when we think about the farmers always being embedded in these social systems, we know that they then make production choices in the context of multiple priorities and pressures. So we may not, in fact, see practices that maximize the productivity of one single crop, for example, if a household has limited labor, not enough people to work the farm, or perhaps is considering whether they can buy inputs at any given time. Even for farmers working at higher scales and with more capital, they're always making their investment decisions based on multiple economic imperatives, including sometimes finding a place to put their losses, their capital losses. So we may not even find farms that always maximize profitability even. That needs to be decided on an empirical basis, and then our intervention strategies would change accordingly. So what does this mean for our programs for inserting women and youth? It means that we don't simply develop programs for women and then another program for youth. We think about how our primary interlocutors for extension, whether there's an individual man or somebody else, are also relating to women and youth and elders in their family. And we think about how people are producing, considering all of these different factors. I also just want to emphasize as well that women and youth, well, they cannot be categorized together, but they do draw our attention to thinking about the life course. And that often youth want to stay on the farm, but may not be able to. And so when we think about how to attract youth to remain in agriculture, it's also about understanding that they may spend valuable years off the farm and return back. And it's our policies that are going to enable that to happen. And maybe I'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Building on this social lens, let us maybe get deeper into the analysis with the scientific and resilience perspective. So this allows me to turn to Dr. Hadda. And from your perspective, which mechanism can actually ensure that women and youth are not only the beneficiaries of extensions, but active partners that shape research and strengthen farming system? This one, please. Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Thank you so much. I will not miss the opportunity to thank the organizer for this great event. And as usual, we get used to excellent events with Al Moutmir. And yeah, to answer to your question, allow me to I have a hat, but with different pins. So I am professor, assistant professor. I am also an entrepreneur, a woman, and I can qualify myself as still young woman.
I think nobody is going to contradict that.
Yeah, I still can allow myself to say that. Thank you. So my answers will be based on personal experience, taking in consideration the complexity of the profile I presented earlier. So to include the women, the youth, and also under a changing climate with nothing is predictable. I can say that we have three pillars to consider. The first step to ensure their inclusion is to build together, to co-design the solution. We need to shift our mind from the mindset to transfer the technology to co-design the solution together. So, and here I want to cite my experience with the adoption and the introduction of quinoa as to diversify the cropping system in Morocco. So since the day one, when the first project came to Yave Hassan II in Rabat, the first thing that was done in 1999 is to include farmers. So, yeah. Farmers, maybe we can think about men, but actually there was many activities led by women. Absolutely. And also youth. And the first adopters were young farmers who believed on adopting something new and something innovative at that time. The second pillar, I guess, and here also I want to add an experience I lived, is if we want to include youth and also women, there is a highway to do it. Entrepreneurship is the catalyst.
Absolutely.
If we want to increase the adoption of any technology, we need to onboard people. To do that, entrepreneurship is the key. For that, for example, I can cite what the work we've done to promote quinoa production in Morocco is that I stepped out of my comfort zone to co-create with my colleagues a startup when I was preparing my PhD. In this startup, we enhanced the adoption of quinoa. We supported farmers in producing, but also we showed them the road to market, and also how to use it and how to produce it. So to do that, we built on something important, is the women knowledge.
Absolutely.
On cuisine. How quinoa adoption doesn't only rely on succeeding the production at scale, but it also rely on how we can use it. And this can bring me to the third pillar, which is the learning by doing. This is one of our we believe in that at DOIM6P. We believe that what I've mentioned earlier, bringing the technology to farmers or to the young generation relies on onboarding them, like putting them in the center of our reflection by teaching them. And by this, I want to conclude that we need that shift. I reiterate that we need that shift from a technology transfer to co-creating solutions.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for we actually are going to keep in mind the necessity to co-create the solution. And from your perspective as of mechanism to empower young people and women, I want to move to a bigger understanding of what makes innovation truly meaningful for women and young people across Africa. And I'll have the pleasure to turn to you, Mr. Kwama, because based on your continental experience, what makes an agricultural innovation genuinely valuable and relevant for young people and women across the continent?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kalemba. I would first wish to express my thanks to the organizers, UM6P and Moutmir. And to start the response, I would like to state that no matter how perfect technological innovation is, it will be viewed and adopted differently by varying stakeholder categories, by varying farmer typologies. More so, youth, women, smallholder and large-scale farmers, they will all have different perspectives of whatever innovation that is available. This is because they have different resource endowments. This is because they have different decision-making levels and also different exposures. So because of those differences, they will perceive every technology, every innovation differently. So while it is a precondition that every perfect innovation must be functional, it must be delivering on efficiency, it is also a reality that it must be designed with the targeted beneficiary in mind. So extension, in a way, must start from the technological innovation stage for an innovation to really be adopted and uptaken. I'll give an example. And this is the example of motorbike taxis in sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. Seraji was saying Africa is changing. There are transformations. And I think when you look at the motorcycle taxis, transformation in sub-Saharan Africa, you will appreciate there is big change. In 2010, there were 5 million motorbikes registered. But 12 years later, this number increased to 27 million motorcycles. But motorcycles have been around for the past 40 years. So one would want to know what happened in these 12 years to bring that threefold increase in the adoption of motorbikes. The Hondas, the Yamahas from Japan have been in the market for many years. So two key aspects I would like to highlight. One is when the Chinese brought in lower cost motorcycles, costing a third of the previous model. So the issue of affordability, that was one element where people now were able to afford these technologies and really get into it. But that is only half of the story. The other thing which came into the picture is the business models. These motorcycles were not only sold to be used, but the buyers were hiring to own. They were getting these motorbikes on hired lease to own model. So they were paying gradually for it and eventually owning it. So it was not a perpetual operator, but they realized they were going to transform their own lives into owning a property. So they took extreme care of these motorbikes, and
Yes.
that's what changed everything. The key take-home message here is that um, adoption or extension has to start early at the design stage for an innovation to be guaranteed of a successful system, and that we have the opportunity actually to learn from these models, so that when we are promoting, for example, conservation agriculture or mechanization, we need to consider this, because the different, if it's women, youth, or smallholders, they have different interests, and affordability in this case was crucial for the youth to be able to pay slowly and eventually own the technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwama. It is now time maybe to turn to the practical field experience of this community engagement. So I want to turn to Mrs. Rebecca and ask you, after this perspective, how could you let us know how inclusivity and is being operationalized within a farmer-centric extension model here in Morocco?
And so I'll start with the youth component first. That seems appropriate that I spent the first 14 years of my career as a 4-H youth development agent. And so we like to start when they're young. We have all ages in our extension office frequently, from toddler age up. And so our 4-H programming started when students turned 5, and we kept them until they were 18. And I did a large variety of programming, including a lot of ag programming with those students, and anything from livestock, equine, poultry clubs, where they were participating in fairs and shows, competitions, and then also in school experiences as well. And so in addition to providing that animal science production knowledge, they were also learning responsibility and community service and leadership skills through those experimental learning projects and programs that they were involved with. 4-H was developed as a way to teach parents, because you teach the youth and they will go forth and teach their parents. And so that model still works. And then twofold with that, you also see new parents coming in for other extension programs when they're there with their children, and then they see other opportunities that are out there. So working with women and men both, you have to provide the information at the level that they are at. So we have lots of new farmers moving into our community, and so that's a different conversation than someone that's been farming all their life. But at the same time, treating both of them equally, but then realizing that there are barriers for each gender, and asking the questions to figure out what those barriers are that they're facing, and how to target those barriers and knock those out of the way. And then creating the programs that can help with that. And then I think there was part of that question about the most effective entry points. And so I think working with people, starting small, making minor changes, working with them, and then letting them share with their neighbors. Word of mouth is such a great advertising tool. When they share good things that are happening with their neighbors, then their neighbors want to participate as well and get involved in that.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rebecca. Starting small, I guess, it's the one way to do it, and working with people is the other way to onboard everybody. And of course, as we are here, thanks to Moutmir, it is just my opportunity to now turn to you, Mr. Ibn al-Fasih, and ask you, how does Moutmir implement inclusivity actually within this farmer-centric approach? And what insights actually can you share about the Moutmir initiative?
Well, thank you for the question. I would like to thank my team Moutmir for organizing this event today. So inclusivity is a crucial matter for us at Al Moutmir. We believe it is something you do not add at the end of the working process. So it is embedded from the very beginning of our way of designing and delivering our services. So at Al Moutmir, we operationalize inclusivity through our farmer-centric and co-designed approach. And it's based on the following pillars I'm gonna represent. First, there is proximity. As you all know, our teams live and work close to the farming community. So this allows us to know the real needs of women, of youths, of smallholders and cooperatives. It also allows us to tailor our services for the need of each category and each context. So this ongoing, on-the-ground situation is fundamental for our co-designed approach, which is essential in the inclusivity. Second, we have the customized capacity building program. So we leverage our training programs, which, by the way, combine theory, field schools, plot demonstrations, and also soft skills development. So the goal behind that is to make knowledge and information accessible for everyone, regardless of the location, regardless of their education level or any other barrier. And again, it is not a one-size-fits-all solution. We have targeted training programs for each context, as I said. For example, we work on agricultural value chains that women tend to work on more. So we try to diversify our services and our offering this way. The third pillar is digitalization. We believe digitalization is a major pillar. So we offer applications such as Atmar, Tesweeq, and platforms such as Agripedia. And we believe these apps can help women and youth have direct access to information. It can help them also have advisory service, get linked to the market. We beyond this application, we are available on social media platforms. That's the occasion to to highlight that.
And ask everybody to join the platform if that message
Of
wasn't
course,
clear enough.
yeah, it was clear enough, I think. So through these social media platforms, we try to make the information available. We communicate with the communities in their local languages, so as to ensure maximum reach and maximum comprehension. Now, regarding the El Moutmir initiative, which translates to extension for She, it is our initiative in Al Moutmir to empower women in rural Morocco. So we believe that rural development cannot be made without women. So we consider them as agents of change in their communities. And since 2018, El Moutmir has supported more than 1,000 women farmer, over 400 women cooperatives, and more than 25 women fertilizer retailers. So the work with women is based on our daily services, and we try to empower them by strengthening their agricultural and entrepreneurial skills.
Yes.
So the goal is clear. We want to increase the household income. We also want to improve the food security, and we also want to improve the adoption of climate resistance and climate resistance. So
Thank
that's
you.
the whole idea about El Moutmir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. So something interesting about what you said allows me to turn to you, Dr. Karen, for this following question. I want to know what is actually the motivation? What is the the trigger to make sure that women and youth are actually participating actively in natural resource-based economies, and how can that inclusive extension model that we've seen amplify these positive drivers?
So the question being, what are the key drivers for women
excuse me,
and
doctor,
youth
if you
integration
thank you.
into actual production on the farm, and how can we enhance that? Some of the key drivers of how women and youth are integrated into farming are actually not about farming at all. They're about compounding kind of pressures or processes that are happening in rural spaces and in our labor markets as a whole. Women and youth, well, pretty much everyone in a rural space is a natural resource manager. They're involved in managing land and in managing livestock and in managing other natural resources, whether they're recognized or not. And they will keep on doing so. Whether our programs recognize it, they are going to se débrouiller, right? That's just a French word that doesn't translate well. They're going to make it work. And so how we can enhance it is by recognizing the reality of those drivers. So for women, for instance, wage labor in rural spaces can be incredibly challenging, both culturally and in terms of just finding wage jobs. But sometimes women may not even necessarily want that. Sometimes moving in and out of wage labor can give them the most flexibility and the most autonomy in managing resources. And they have just so many demands that they may step back from opportunities that our programs may offer them, not because they don't want to participate, become independent or autonomous, but because their demands are simply too great. And so women are the risk managers par excellence. They are going to understand what risks to take on their behalf and on behalf of their households, virtually more than anyone. So in fact, addressing them as financial managers, as risk managers, and as natural resource managers, I think recognizes the incredible contribution that they're already making. So how do we do that? We recognize, in fact, that women are as embedded in these household networks as the male farmer that I mentioned earlier. And that can often mean understanding that whereas they may not have vocal decision-making authority in a formal setting, they absolutely have decision-making authority in an informal setting. And this is why, in fact, really grassroots level engagement with all members of a household and all members of a family are really essential for understanding the way farming works and understanding the farming system as a social system. I think maybe in questions and answers, we could get into actual programs that do it, but maybe I could just outline one finding. For example, we did a household survey in the Magoon Valley in the Ratsafield of how people are earning their income and their livelihoods. And we think of this as an area of pretty small scale agriculture. That's definitely true. But what happens is we undercount. And we think of, well, commercial agriculture is so small in an oasis context, it's not really contributing to household income. And by official measures in our household survey, indeed, agricultural production contributed maybe 15, 17% to household income.
Yes.
But when we imputed economic value to women's labor, as well as to the in-kind contributions, like the sack of wheat or barley, for instance, that they trade for one another, we found, and we also valued their labor that they give in kind, we found, in fact, that agricultural production contributes over 35% to household income.
Very interesting.
So this is, it actually leads us not only to develop new methods, but new programs as well, in order to even see what's happening. So,
Thank you very much, Dr. Karen. You've mentioned something very interesting, is this natural knowledge and know-how that women have. but also youth have, as you've mentioned before, some skills that allow them to rapidly integrate some transformations. And I want to come back to you, Dr. Manal. How can this extension system better capture these knowledges, know-how from women to make sure that we strengthen climate resilience and future opportunities?
Thank you. And I will answer from my position as a researcher at the College of Agriculture. So the fact of being permanently present in the field with the farmer is an asset that we need to applaud, and we need to really congratulate Moutmir about. As a researcher, I'm always like looking for evaluating my research findings at the field scale. And thanks to Moutmir, we are doing that efficiently. They have built trust with farmers, with communities. And as a testimony for the nice work, I will qualify it nice work we've done with Moutmir like 3 years ago. When we contribute to field schools, we usually find a diversity of profiles: young farmers, women, and also elder. The three pillars and the three sources of knowledge that help to enhance resilience from different perspectives. For the elders, they are bringing the wisdom of actually, and for women and youth are bringing the risk taking, and the women, they are bringing their passion, love, and also their sense of responsibility.
Yes.
Of holding the household.
Absolutely.
They are not doing that just because it's a work, because they have a KPI to enhance the field, like the income of the household, but they are doing that for survival. They have like a generation to rise. The second point is that the knowledge users, and I will not say farmers, the knowledge users deserve to get the information, the appropriate information. And here, all the platforms developed by Moutmir are just incredible way of platform of exchanging knowledge in different languages. And in the era of digitalization, this way also is a good way to involve and to enhance the adoption of any knowledge. And I will conclude by a point that really matters to me, and I really took note while colleagues were panelists were speaking, is about the value of the local know-how.
Absolutely.
The local know-how, you can see it in the whole of this building. You can see that women are producing couscous, not because it's easy, because it's a way how we can conserve and we can preserve seeds by adding salt, by adding a little bit of hope, and hope to conserve this for long term. And this local know-how is not something that we can quantify, and this is the role of Moutmir to gather, to reference, and also to build on, and to bring it to the university to be discussed. It's a dictionary for agricultural knowledge and processing knowledge.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Mhadda, for this very energizing answer. And something that you said about sharing knowledge actually brings me to my next question. And I'll turn to you, Mr. Mpoa. How can we make sure that we ensure effective sharing of this research innovation across diverse zones in Africa, enabling equitable access for women and youth to those information and knowledge?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. One observation that has come around is farmers learn best and they like best by seeing. As they say, seeing is believing. When they really visit a research trial that there is not the research plots, but the real farm-size plots, and they see the results. That is the scenario when they learn most, and they can really build trust on what technologies they should adapt. And that is how we also learned on when you speaking about conservation agriculture, for example. A lot of my generation visited Brazil. They visited farmers, they visited the research centers to see research in action, practice in action. But as you can realize, while it is those visits that managed conservation agriculture to increase sevenfold from 500,000 hectares in the around 2008 to almost 3.5 million 15 years later, you can really see that approach is expensive. We cannot keep sending people to Brazil to go and learn those lessons to come and do it back home. And secondly, we are being questioned by the decision makers that stop quoting examples from Brazil. We want to see examples from Africa. What is happening in Morocco? What is happening in Tanzania? So that they can believe on homegrown solutions. And it is in this context, we think, before I go that, we also heard from Dr. Garus here in the morning that even AI, when it's being implemented, it needs to be calibrated. It needs the ground evidence to inform these models that are being developed. So we need the researchers to generate the scientific evidence, which will not only be showcased to farmers, but also inform the AI models that are being developed. It's in this context that ACT has been in discussion with Moutmir, UM6P, on establishing such regional development centers that will generate the proof of concept, will generate the evidence on what, for example, CA systems work. And these systems, as also was mentioned in the morning, should be real farm size demonstration. It should not be a 10 by 10 plots, but a research system where machines can go in and work, collect the data, and it being seen. So what I'm saying is we need the regional demonstration centers that will make the proof of concept for farmers to go and see, that will inform the model development, but also that data should generate the scientific evidence to convince policymakers. When they come and see, they can really uptake, mainstream these research findings into policies to support the scaling of climate smart agriculture.
Excellent, Mr. Goam. I want to take the opportunity to actually, as you said, I like to say the proof of concept is very important. So if you want to translate that into practical tools and training approaches that can be shared to support inclusive participation, what would they be? And this question is addressed to you, Mrs. Rebecca.
So one of the things that we use as a major tool is our advisory councils. So I have a group of local residents that serve and provide guidance and ideas for our program. And they're representative from all across our county, different production systems. We, of course, have women. I've had youth on there before, which provides a great insight as well into the future and what they're looking for. So I think using those advisory councils, also just discussing with people to see what they want, whether that's in a formal setting or not. But you've got to be providing the research and the information that they are searching for, to, at least to begin with. And I know I talked earlier about developing those relationships, but I feel like that's the most important thing. Those programs that you're doing have to be grassroots or from the bottom up, coming from the counties. And once you've got those relationships developed and they're willing to work with you, then that's when you can start introducing new ideas and new research, providing new information, because they're more willing to try that because you've answered questions for them in the past and provided information that's improved profits or improved yield in their situations. And those things don't always, those starting small doesn't always have to be, you know, an improved practice, but just making things more efficient for them and providing easy access for that. And then, you know, starting on the topic with women, getting a few involved so that they can share that with the rest of the community and bring their friends in and growing the program. And some of our women that are involved in our program are the ones that are out recruiting more people for us too, because they see the value of what we're doing and they're adding to that conversation.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rebecca. Adding value in a way that onboards people and they become your ambassadors. That's a very good proof of concept. So congratulations for what you're doing. And this is my last question. So obviously I want this panel to end up in a note where we leave the assistants in the audience with a sense of opportunities. So I want to ask you, Mr. Yunus, when it comes to opportunities in engaging women and youth in technology adoption, for instance, within Al Moutmir, what can you tell us about?
So once again, based on our experience in the field, the environment or the landscape regarding engaging women and youth in tech adoption is defined by both important challenges and promising opportunities. So promising opportunities if we address these challenges in the right way. I will start by the challenges, then finish with the opportunities. So the challenges include first, there is this clear digital literacy gap in the rural area, especially for women who has limited exposure or access to smartphones and digital tools. Second is there are some issues with connectivity and access to equipment that we must address, which can slow down the adoption of technology and digital solutions. In the third place, there are these financial restraints, especially for the youth who are willing to invest in technology or agri-tech service. So they have this problem with funding and finding that. And finally, there is the socio-cultural barrier that remain, which is in some areas we have women that have less decision-making power, that have less mobility. So this can affect the process of learning. Well, I hope I'm not being pessimistic. Because
now it's time to come to the opportunities.
Because now I'm moving to the opportunities. So they are here. They are even stronger. First of all, there is this high motivation and high openness among the youth and also among women to work in this digital area. So many of the youth we support in Al Moutmir show this high motivation. They are open to learning. Many of them have started their agri-business services. So they work in mechanization. Some of them use the social media networks to give advisory. So that's the first and most important opportunity. In the second place, We have the digital tools can simplify complexity. When we make the application accessible for everyone and we build it based on the need of people, we have this complexity. We make this complexity less complex, I might say. So even the youth and women will be able to use these tools. And in the final place, we use that at Moutmir, which is the networking and communities of practice. We help women build their communities of practice, which is a safe space for learning, for sharing, and for networking also. So overall, this is the thing. The challenge is the let's say digital divide, and the opportunities are this high motivation among women and youth to learn more when the solutions are adapted to their needs, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunus. I think what you have demonstrated to our audience is that inclusivity is not a social add-on. It is actually a strategic pillar when it comes to resilient agri-food system. So I want to thank every single one of you for this absolutely brilliant conversation. I remind the audience that women and youth are not an option, as we said. They are the largest part of the ecosystem, and we cannot thrive and succeed if we do not include the mass. So the bottom-up approach has to include this reality. Thank you very much, dear panelists. I will please ask the audience if it's possible to have at least one or two questions, but I would, yes, I will, if you can go to the gentleman, but I would really insist in a second question there. Please, if it's possible, to have a short question just to allow us to follow our program and timing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ahmed Shami. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a manager of customized fertilization solution unit, not far from here, in partnership with the Al Moutmir program. Dr. Manal and Dr. Karen talked a lot about women inclusivity and youth inclusivity. Dr. Manal said that the key words is entrepreneurship. And when we say entrepreneurship, automatically we think about financing. I know that a lot of work was done by international development agencies about microfinancing in the third world countries. I mean, economically undeveloped world countries in Africa and in South America. And I'm pretty sure there is a lot of data that is available about this stuff. I want to know if there is any studies that tries to show us if there is an impact long and medium run impact on of microfinancing on the technology adoption and farm extension in general on youth and women in rural area. I know that microfinancing in rural area is very famous, is very adopted by many householders. So I want to know if there is any studies that were done on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I guess the question was
Yes.
directly. Yeah, I'm not in the position to answer to that, but mainly if we take the experience in what was done by many companies in the world as social enterprise, they showed their success. They trusted the women, and they got a refund rate of more than 97%, which is not the case when they fund like men and yeah, that was this is something that was published, and you can find on different books. Maybe we can share that later, because when I mentioned when I will be mentioning the person, it will be mentioning also the company. As I mentioned earlier, what I shared with you is my personal experience, and I truly believe that entrepreneurship is a highway, But maybe we need next year, dear colleagues, another panel where we can discuss about the challenges in entrepreneurship in Morocco. The funding is one of the key challenges. Sometimes we find the motivation is here, the soft skills are here, the hard skills are here, but the funding is an issue. So we have many programs at the national level and international level that support entrepreneurship in rural areas that, yeah, efficient or no, this is something to discuss maybe later. But I believe that there is this, when we have this good intent of trying, and also we have this, the power of, when we don't have choice to do something else. If I give you my personal experience, I ended my PhD studies, and I don't want to do something else rather than entrepreneurship, and I started doing that. So when we don't have any choice, then entrepreneurship is the good choice.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Manal. I think we'll take one very short question. I'm very sorry to remind the time, but we have to leave the space for the last discussion. But please be aware that our panelists are all very open to discuss further if you have any questions. So we'll have one last question there. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I hope you are doing great. I am Ahmed Laoukadim. I am an agronomist developer with Moutmir business unit at Khouribga province. First, I would like to welcome all of you for this first international conference about farming extension organized by Moutmir. I am so happy, and I am on cloud nine, and I have the honor to be here and having me today. So my question is addressed to Mrs. Rebecca and Dr. Karin. How farming extension can enhance the participation of women in the agricultural sector? Thank you.
Who wants to answer first?
Yeah, I can do a quick kind of follow-up answer, in fact, to Dr. Manal. So there are many ways, and obviously we've got time issues. So maybe I'll just speak to one. And I think that there's a question now about whether credit is in fact one of the, particularly small credit. I mean, obviously we need financing, but small credit is in fact the way to drive women's participation in market-based activities. And there's a lot more discussion as well about basic income and, in fact, people's ability to use grants, in fact, for productive investments. And I think that is, in fact, something to explore, and that there's a lot of analysis of basic income programs as, in fact, generating small-scale investments that can perhaps more effectively than credit promote women's entrepreneurship. I think the other key thing is the language we use, is that the language of entrepreneurship may not resonate with women, particularly rural women, and that doesn't at all indicate that they're not in fact entrepreneurial. It just means that ancestral knowledge, cultural touchstones are very important, and that we can understand women's intentions, autonomy, and creativity on their own terms without needing to make them businesswomen and market actors.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr.
Okay, one thing I'll add to that very briefly, we've got several counties in our area that have done programming that is specifically targeted for women. There's one group that does a farm school for women and takes topics that maybe women aren't traditionally involved in and tries to target those topics to where people can ask questions without the fear of, feeling embarrassed or not knowing that knowledge already. And so that's more on a skill level. And then we also have a Kentucky Women in Agriculture group that tries to build leadership and those types of skills as well.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, really. So my personal conclusion is going to be that if we integrate both women and youth, build their capacities and design technologies that reflect their realities as that you mentioned before, we actually strengthen not only the extension model, but the very foundation of Africa Africa's agri-food future. So thank you very much, dear panelists. I'll be happy to ask you to join me for the picture. Thank you for uploading this very brilliant conversation. Thank you very much, dear panelists, distinguished guests. I will invite you to take a short coffee break. It's going to be 15 minutes, and then we come back for our last fifth plenary session where I'll be more than happy to introduce a new moderator to conduct these exchanges. Thank you very much.
It will be in French, so no French speaker.
اي 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 تشيك عندك بريزونطاسيون حتى من ورا البوز كافي غنشونجي ليهم انت غدير بريزونطاسيون
That's what I want to give it back to you so that I don't even know where it is. I left it here. I left it here. The company. Before lunch, yes. That's why I wanted to give it to you.
Test.
Test A
عليه شغل ما بقاش بزاف بقى تنسى.
Test. قبل ما المهم انا بقى واحد طريق غنقسمو واحد دوك نتبع واحد جوج ثلاثة لا دابا غيتخالف
Je lui dis. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would join your seats, we are ready to start our last conversation. And I want to notice, to tell you that it's going to be in French. So if you need, you can use the translation, items that are distributed in the front. And so we can get started just right now. For this last session, I will not be moderating. I have the honor to invite with me Mr. Ismail Kebabi. He is an expert when it comes to agricultural development and ecosystem coordination with extensive experience working across Morocco's value chains. He is known for his ability to bridge science, policy, and field realities, making him the ideal moderator for this closing panel focused on operational deployment of extension model. Mr. Kababi, under your applause, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be your moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum, bonjour tout le monde. Je sais combien c'est difficile de revenir après le déjeuner, ou combien c'est encore plus difficile de revenir après une pause café. Mais on va aller à l'essentiel et je pense que beaucoup de choses ont été dites. Mon nom est Abdelhaq Babi. Je suis le directeur des ventes du marché marocain adossé à Moutmir Initiative au niveau de l'UM6P. Et j'ai l'honneur, parce qu'on m'ait confié 2 tâches pour les 35 minutes qui restent. La première, c'est que je suis parmi les panélistes, donc vous m'entendrez 2 fois. Et j'ai l'honneur qu'on me confie la charge d'animer ce panel avec des intervenants de qualité que vous découvrirez tout de suite. Je veux juste confirmer que la session se déroulera en français, donc les personnes qui ont besoin de casques pour traduction, s'ils peuvent les prendre tout de suite. Et merci. OK. Donc, nous sommes ravis d'être parmi vous à cette première conférence qui est fort intéressante, et ça a été souligné ce matin, sur l'extension, sur le conseil agricole, on peut l'appeler comme on veut, mais c'est un maillon important dans tout ce que doivent faire les acteurs qui interviennent directement ou indirectement dans l'agriculture. À un moment ou à un autre, on a besoin d'extensionnistes, on a besoin de conseillers agricoles, on a besoin de gens qui véhiculent ce message, ce savoir, cette trouvaille, cette innovation à l'agriculteur, mais pas uniquement dans un sens, mais dans les deux sens, et aussi de remonter l'expérience et le vécu du terrain au niveau de l'amont pour que ça réitère et ça invente en permanence. Ceci étant dit, on a besoin d'un relais. Un relais comme dans le sport, quand une équipe se relaie, il y a un relais. Pour nous, en tout cas, qui nous occupons de la partie produit, nous pensons que le produit, qui est l'engrais, pour parler que de l'engrais aujourd'hui, c'est un parmi les relais qui permettent de bien réussir cette course et bien acheminer et véhiculer les messages entre les différents acteurs. La conférence cet après-midi va parler de, encore une fois, le mot en anglais, customisation. Elle n'a pas l'équivalent d'un seul mot en français, on peut en trouver plusieurs, mais on va parler de customisation et comment, au Maroc, nous avons négocié cette transition pour que la customisation soit un levier sur lequel les extensionnistes ont joué un rôle très important, nous allons le voir, et en quoi cette expérience marocaine peut-elle servir et rayonner au niveau du continent africain. Pour parler et broder autour de cette question, on a choisi un certain nombre on a choisi, j'allais dire sélectionné, c'est pour dire, on a ramené des intervenants de qualité représentant les différents maillons de la chaîne dont on va parler cet après-midi. Et j'ai le plaisir d'appeler pour nous rejoindre sur le panel, c'est Khayi Abdeljalil. C'est Khayi, tfaddal. Monsieur Khayi Abdeljalil, il est de la société Cosumar. Pour ceux qui ne la connaissent pas, nos invités de l'extérieur du Maroc, la compagnie Cosumar, c'est la compagnie qui est en charge de la production du sucre, de la partie amont jusqu'au produit final qui est le sucre. J'aurai également le plaisir, et j'ai le plaisir d'inviter mon confrère et ami, c'est Yassine Taibi. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. C'est Taibi, c'est le CIO de la société Ferti Africa. C'est pour dire qu'il avait vu l'Afrique depuis sa création, puisque le nom en dit long, Ferti Africa. Ça dénote de toute l'intention de partage que porte Taibi et son entreprise Ferti Africa. Nous avons également la chance d'accueillir Dawi, qui est, sous vos applaudissements s'il vous plaît, c'est Hicham Dawi, qui a plusieurs casquettes. Il est agriculteur avant tout, permettez que je le dise ainsi. Il est d'une famille originaire d'une des régions où le groupe OCP est acteur, c'est la région de Khouribga, Ouazzam précisément. Et nous allons l'écouter en tant que représentant d'un des maillons de la chaîne qui fait appel au conseil agricole, mais qui est également dans le cadre de la customisation, une partie importante. Et comme vous l'avez souligné ce matin, il n'y a pas d'adoption de quoi que ce soit sans l'implication de l'agriculteur. Donc, merci beaucoup d'avoir accepté notre invitation. Notre discussion se déroulera en deux temps, comme les panels de ce matin. On viendra dans un premier temps avec une première question, puis une seconde. Mais avant d'en arriver en question, donnez-moi juste 2 minutes supplémentaires pour planter le décor, pour parler de cette customisation et de quoi on parle au Maroc. Pourquoi le Maroc? On a choisi que ça soit un use case à partager aujourd'hui avec vous, avec tous nos invités venant des 4 coins du monde. Pour poser le cadre de cette customisation, je mettrai une échelle de temps qui commence dans les années 1900, c'est pas très loin, qui sera marquée par quelques années jalons. Je parlerai des années 1960, les années 1980, puis on parlera des années 2015 à aujourd'hui. Pourquoi je parle un peu d'histoire? Parce que c'est toujours important de savoir d'où on vient et où est-ce qu'on va pour bien comprendre le comment. Je parle des années avant les années 60. Le Maroc, c'est pas qu'il ne consommait pas d'engrais, mais il consommait des engrais avec un nombre très limité en produits. Si ce n'est pas le fumier que tout le monde connaît dans toutes les campagnes du Maroc, il y avait la formule phare qui était le Super 18. On utilisait le fumier, on a utilisé par la suite la forme qui a été la plus accessible, acidulée légèrement pour faire 18% PDO5, et puis ça a été pendant longtemps l'engrais utilisé comme engrais de fond. Ensuite est venu les années 1965 précisément, où le groupe OCP a fait son entrée dans la chimie, en commençant à produire le TSP, le triple superphosphate, qui lui n'est pas un 18%, mais à ce moment-là un 46% en PDO5. Dans la continuité de cette échelle de temps, et je vous demande de l'imaginer avec moi parce qu'il y aura une courbe exponentielle qu'on va voir, est venue l'année 1985, pour parler des années 80, avec le début de la production Ajar Phosphore, et on commençait à produire le DAP, le diammonium phosphate. Donc on est passé d'un engrais simple artisanal à un engrais chimique simple dans sa fabrication, à un autre engrais qui est le DAP, donc deux éléments, le N et le P. Et puis, dans les années qui suivent, on a commencé à fabriquer également les NPK, donc des engrais ternaires. Donc, on est passé de P à NP à NPK. Et en nombre de produits disponibles sur le marché, encore une fois, il y avait la formule phare qui était la 14-28-14, plus 2 ou 3 autres formules maximum. Pourquoi je vous dis ça? Parce que si on essaye de placer cet axe du temps et le nombre de produits qu'on commençait à manipuler, on était dans les unités. Par la suite, il y a eu les années 2015 qui marquent notre période, notre époque, sinon les collègues. Vous êtes au courant du projet carte fertilité que le Maroc a réalisé sous l'égide du ministère de l'Agriculture pour poser la question, est-ce qu'on est en train de consommer juste? Est-ce qu'un engrais simple est suffisant pour tout ce qu'on veut faire? Est-ce qu'un engrais binaire est suffisant pour tout ce qu'on veut faire? Est-ce que 2 formules ternaires sont suffisantes? Est-ce qu'on ne peut pas faire mieux? Et il y a eu donc ce projet important de carte de fertilité qui a chamboulé la picture des produits parce qu'il a démontré que, contrairement à ce qu'on pensait nous en tant que Marocains, que les sols marocains étaient riches en potassium par exemple, ben en fait, elles l'étaient, mais ils ne le sont pas à travers le temps parce qu'on les a appauvris. D'où cette accélération qui a été décidée entre le ministère et le groupe OCP pour mettre sur le marché tous les produits que l'activité agricole peut demander. Je parle des NPK, et là, on est passé, comme je disais, essayez de voir avec moi l'échelle du temps, de une formule à 2 à 3. On est passé à 11 formules régionales. On est passé par la suite à 11 formules régionales plus 26 formules provinciales. Puis il y a eu de la demande sur les formules customisées. Les gens voulaient se différencier dans leur performance. Donc les agriculteurs demandaient des engrais customisés. Donc désolé d'avoir été long, mais ce cheminement il est important pour dire que en peu de temps, nous avons accéléré la vitesse pour consommer juste. Quand je dis consommer juste, c'est-à-dire consommer et ramener le bon produit à l'agriculteur, et c'est à lui à ce moment-là de l'appliquer au bon moment, etc. Et ça, nous allons en parler également. Ce cheminement, j'allais dire, de customisation nous a aussi poussé ou trouvé aussi prêts à adopter les principes globaux qui sont en train d'être adoptés, en tout cas chez nous, et qui sont adoptés dans d'autres pays, qui sont les principes des 4 R's. Si on les traduit, ça va donner les 4 B. et encore pour moi, ça fait le même R, le même B. Je dirais les 4 BP, les 4 bonnes pratiques. Et c'est pour assez faire simple, c'est les 4 R's dont tout le monde parle. Donc voilà le contexte dans lequel nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui pour ce panel qui va nous réunir pendant une petite vingtaine de minutes supplémentaires. Et là, je vais passer la parole à mes invités en leur posant d'abord une première question commune par rapport à ce cheminement que vous avez vécu avec nous, chacun de son angle de vue. Comment vous avez vécu cette transition vers la customisation recherchée et voulue par le Maroc? Comment vous, de votre côté, vous les avez vécus? Je vais commencer par Yassine Taibi, en tant que CEO de l'entreprise Ferti Africa. Yassine Taibi est riche d'une trentaine d'années d'expérience dans le domaine des fertilisants, parce qu'avant de créer son entreprise Ferti Africa, il a travaillé dans le métier chez d'autres confrères et il porte aujourd'hui tout un savoir-faire, j'allais dire inégalé, je peux le dire, dans la maîtrise des produits. Donc, Sid Taibi, vous qui travaillez avec nous depuis quelques années, comment cette notion de customisation vous parle? Comment vous avez vécu avec nous cette transition? Si Yassine, tfadal.
Merci. Merci pour l'invitation et de me donner la parole aujourd'hui. Donc, si vous permettez, je commencerai par rappeler le contexte. Parce que, moi, je dirais, j'interviens sur le développement du Smart Blender. Avant l'arrivée de cet outil, c'est une machine intelligente, digitale. On utilisait des formules, on peut parler de standardisées ou génériques dans l'ensemble des zones agricoles. Donc, une dizaine de formules qui étaient commercialisées depuis longtemps. Pourtant, chaque sol, chaque région et chaque culture ont des besoins spécifiques. Ignorer cette réalité, donc augmenter les coûts pour les agriculteurs et on a vite compris que à l'arrivée des Smart Blender, qu'on pouvait fabriquer des NPK sur mesure pour un minimum de 50 kilos, c'est-à-dire un sac d'engrais, au lieu de fabriquer pratiquement avant, c'était des grandes unités. Donc, je pense que l'outil permet, on peut parler d'une révolution au niveau disponibilité, proximité pour les agriculteurs. Donc, depuis 4 années, l'effort qui a été déployé en collaboration avec l'équipe Moutmir sur le terrain pour sensibiliser les agriculteurs à l'utilisation des engrais sur mesure de proximité afin de si vous voulez, arrêter les anciennes pratiques traditionnelles. Excusez-moi juste. Donc, dans ce sens, nous avons lancé des mesures de développement en compagnie de plusieurs sociétés qui nous accompagnent sur le terrain pour offrir un pack pratiquement complet aux agriculteurs. C'est proximité, l'engrais au bon moment, issu des analyses du sol.
Merci Setaïbi, merci pour ce retour d'expérience. Juste pour éclairer l'assistance, le modèle selon lequel l'engrais est distribué au Maroc, c'est à travers un réseau de fabricants-distributeurs, donc de formulateurs. Et donc ce retour d'expérience, c'est en même temps celui de Ferti-Africa, mais également de l'ensemble de l'écosystème pour lequel cette invitation à accompagner la customisation a été convenablement adoptée et surtout suivie en vitesse de délivrée, parce que la difficulté de la mise à disposition de l'engrais, c'est qu'il faut que l'engrais soit disponible pour que l'agriculteur, au moment où il décide de l'appliquer, qu'il puisse le trouver et qu'il puisse le consommer. Merci Setaïbi pour ce retour qui est de l'écosystème de formulation et de distribution. Là, je m'oriente vers notre collègue Abdel Khayi, qui est de l'entreprise, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, l'entreprise Cosumar, qui produit le sucre. Mais pour produire le sucre, il faut produire la plante pour donner le sucre. Et je vous pose la même question un peu par rapport à l'expérience que vous avez vécue au Maroc tout dernièrement. Pour adopter cette notion de customisation, qu'est-ce que vous consommiez avant et comment la customisation a fait place dans votre business model, qui est un business model économique et opérationnel très important au Maroc. C'est Khayi, tfadl.
Merci, Sir Babi. Bonjour, chers collègues. Donc, je m'appelle Khiyab Jalil. Donc, je suis directeur agronomique à Cosumar, dans la région du Tadla. Pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la Cosumar, donc c'est l'opérateur sucrier, c'est le sucre au Maroc. Donc, comme l'OCP d'ailleurs, donc la partie fertilisation. Donc, Cosumar, en chiffres, c'est une capacité de sucre de 2,5 millions tonnes par année. Donc, c'est 8 unités industrielles, donc 7 sucreries, 5 de betteraves, 2 de canne et une raffinerie à Casablanca. Donc, les sucreries, en fait, qui est cette espèce de relation, si vous voulez, avec l'agriculteur, donc assure à peu près 50% des besoins nationaux en sucre. Et la relation avec les agriculteurs entre la sucrerie, qui sont dans le nombre de 80 000 dans à l'échelle nationale, et qui exploitent 80 000 hectares en betterave et en canne. Donc, la relation entre la sucrerie et les agriculteurs, c'est une relation d'agrégation. Donc, vous connaissez tous. Au Cosumar est un agrégateur, il agrège ses agrégés, avec l'obligation, bien sûr, d'assurer la commercialisation et le paiement. Et en plus de ça, donc on a l'obligation d'accompagner, si vous voulez, l'agriculteur de bout en bout. Donc, oui, depuis le choix de la semence, le choix des engrais, des produits phytosanitaires, et en plus de ça, l'accompagner depuis l'installation vers l'acheminement de la production. Donc, le thème, il est très, très important parce que cet accompagnement de l'agriculteur, donc passe, comme je t'avais dit tout à l'heure, par une relation historique construite avec l'agriculteur. Une relation aujourd'hui qui laisse les 20 000 agriculteurs, on connaît vraiment leurs besoins de terrain. Donc, c'est très important, ce tremplin entre la recherche et le terrain. Et ce qui doit être assuré, ce qui est assuré aujourd'hui par Cosumar, par les 120 techniciens agricoles, les 30 ingénieurs et de recherche et développement de production. En plus, bien sûr, de nos équipes, nous avons avec nous en partenariat les comités techniques, qui sont l'association des producteurs, les chambres, le ministère de l'Agriculture et aussi les chercheurs. Comme l'exemple au côté fertilisation, nous avons M. Morli, que nous connaissons tous, la partie phytopathologie, M. Zahiri, etc. Donc, cet esprit de voir le besoin terrain et cette agilité rapide, donc ça c'est le point fort de la filière. C'est d'où le projet qu'on a construit ensemble de fertilisation de raisonnée. Donc, depuis ce partenariat, ce mariage entre Cosumar et l'OCP, donc sincèrement, il y avait un bouleversement de manière de faire. C'est Yassine, c'est un ami, c'était la fertilisation avant, c'était un appel d'offres qu'on lançait, que si Yassine nous ramène un seul produit qu'on distribue facilement. Tout de suite, on a compris que la fertilisation, c'est pas ça. C'est d'apporter ce qu'il faut à l'agriculteur et au moment opportun aussi. Donc, c'est ce qu'on a construit ensemble. On a commencé à faire des analyses de bons du forme et par la suite, on a construit nos laboratoires. On a construit ensemble les smart blenders donc, dans différentes régions et qui permettent aujourd'hui de pouvoir fabriquer ce qu'il faut à la parcelle. Faire ce qu'il faut à la parcelle, les premières années, lorsqu'on a commencé, n'était pas facile. Parce que dire à l'agriculteur qui a l'habitude de recevoir 14, 28, 14, beaucoup de potasse, et vous leur dites, attention, on va vous donner que l'azote, que ça. Et vous voyez, donc c'est une responsabilité. Alhamdoulilah, dès que ça passe, donc cette confiance, cette agilité, cette histoire qui fait aujourd'hui les facteurs clés de réussite de ce projet. En tant qu'impact, il y a un minimum de 20% d'économie.
Peut-être qu'on va y revenir juste après sur les impacts.
Très bien, donc je retire.
Voilà. Réchauffer la réponse comme ça. En fait, merci beaucoup pour ce témoignage. Ce qu'on vient d'entendre comme intervention, c'est le vécu côté opérationnel, c'est-à-dire les entreprises qui sont dans la production, tout le monde est dans la production, l'agriculture aussi, mais il y a des contraintes particulières, que ce soit au niveau de l'écosystème de fabrication et de formulation et de mise sur le marché, ou bien d'entreprises particulières comme la Cosumar, et je peux en témoigner en sa présence. Cosumar est connu pour être dans l'innovation. Ils ont toujours été précurseurs de quelque chose de nouveau, et dès qu'on a commencé l'idée de la customisation et des engrais sur mesure, ils ont mis vraiment un mois entre en parler, demander des machines et exiger d'être livrés parce qu'ils voulaient attaquer déjà la saison qui suivait avec des engrais customisés. Merci Serhiye pour ce témoignage. Cosumar agrège une population particulière, mais cette question de customisation, elle a touché l'ensemble des agriculteurs et ça me donne l'occasion de donner la parole à notre collègue et ami, c'est Hicham Daoui, qui est agriculteur en premier, mais surtout, il est également président d'une association. Parlez-nous de l'autre côté, vous qui êtes sur le terrain. Ces gentlemen et nous-mêmes, nous sommes au service de l'agriculteur. Comment est vécue de l'autre côté cette question de customisation, de formule sur mesure dans votre activité?
Premièrement, comme agriculteurs, nous sommes tout à fait conscients que chaque culture a sa propre nutrition et ses besoins nutritifs. Encore, chaque sol a ses besoins nutritifs. Mais pour arriver à atteindre ou ajuster la problématique, comment augmenter la production? Augmenter la production vient à travers un MPK personnalisé. Parce que l'MPK ou l'engrais personnalisé est un levier de la fertilisation, d'une fertilisation saine, mais elle doit être assistée par les 4 B. Un bon engrais, une bonne dose, bon moment et bon endroit. Si on a associé ces 4 principes, l'effet de l'engrais sera réalisé. Et cela permet à accroître la production, à améliorer l'efficience de l'économie, ainsi que contribuer à la durabilité.
Merci beaucoup, merci Hicham pour ce retour. En fait, tous les efforts qui ont été faits en amont, toute cette question de réflexion sur la revue des formules, sur l'appauvrissement des sols, j'allais dire toute la machine de réflexion, ne pouvait savoir si elle est bonne ou pas qu'à travers ce feedback, sortie vers le terrain, adoption par les agriculteurs et le retour. Et je peux vous dire que ça n'a pas été quelque chose de facile pour plusieurs raisons. La première, elle est culturelle, et j'allais dire même elle est humaine. Tout changement en général connaît de la résistance et de la réticence. Donc, prendre un agriculteur qui a commencé dans les années 70-80 et lui dire, vous oubliez le 14-28-14, ça va être analyse de sol, NPK sur mesure, etc. Croyez-moi qu'il ne vous croit pas du premier jour. Soyez honnête, il ne croit pas du premier jour. Ce qui permet de croire dans le deuxième ou le troisième jour, c'est ce que vous avez évoqué ce matin, c'est la confiance. Quand il fait confiance pour passer au jour suivant, c'est là que le déclic il a lieu. Et la pièce maîtresse dans cette confiance, et on ne la voit pas sur ce panel, c'est celui qui donne le conseil agricole. C'est celui qui donne le conseil agricole qui est imprégné au niveau production par le produit. Il en comprend tous les tenants, les aboutissants, tous les détails, toutes les limites, tous les bénéfices, et il va aller le proposer à l'agriculteur pour l'utiliser. Donc, s'il n'y a pas cette confiance, le déclenchement n'a pas lieu. Et la confiance, elle est importante. Et le rôle de l'extensionniste ou du conseiller agricole, il est crucial. Mon ami de Moutmir tout à l'heure, il a insisté dessus. Le modèle avec lequel nous fonctionnons à Moutmir, c'est que les gens viennent des régions, habitent dans les régions, vivent dans les régions, vivent avec les agriculteurs pour être à l'écoute permanente de leurs besoins, de leurs attentes, et aussi de faire la remontée du terrain vers la recherche que vous représentez, que nous représentons aujourd'hui au sein de l'UM6P. Merci beaucoup pour ce premier feedback sur les principaux moments, si vous voulez, qui ont été vécus de la part de la chaîne industrielle, de l'amont que nous pouvons représenter, mais également au niveau de l'agriculteur. Aujourd'hui, la customisation, ce n'est plus un choix, parce que nous l'avons vu en tout cas, et je donnerai la parole aux intervenants pour insister dessus, nous ne pouvons le voir qu'à travers des résultats. Vous pouvez vendre un conseil, mais vous devez attendre de le crédibiliser par le résultat. Et là, je reviens vers Thierry pour lui demander en tant que... C'est une entreprise qui paye sur le taux de sucre mesuré. Donc la mesure pour eux, c'est quelque chose qui est importante. Comment vous avez mesuré l'impact de l'adoption de la fertilisation au niveau des agriculteurs que vous agrégez?
Merci, c'est République. Le gouvernement 20%, donc je commence 20% de l'impact. Ça, c'est l'impact chiffré. Mais comme vous l'avez bien dit, c'est République, l'agriculteur donc est très intelligent. Une population de 80 000 agriculteurs, on a des docteurs, des ingénieurs agriculteurs. Donc, ne faites pas l'erreur de venir donner les leçons à l'agriculteur. Donc, l'intelligence d'abord de l'adoption de nouvelles technologies à CRBB vient simplement, il faut associer les partenaires. L'association de l'agriculteur dans de la réflexion. Prendre les leçons chez l'agriculteur. Et l'agriculteur, et s'il est convaincu que CRBB, donc la vitesse accélère et même remontera. Je vous raconte une petite anecdote qu'on a vécue l'année dernière, la semaine dernière avec le professeur Mouli. Et on a fait une visite au terrain. Et parmi les recommandations, c'est d'apporter c'est-à-dire qu'en engrais de fond, on apporte 50 unités d'azote. Et le complément, on l'apporte généralement à partir de 60 jours de campagne. C'est-à-dire à partir de semer 60 jours, comme ça apporter les apports en azote. On a fait les tournées sur terrain. Et avec ces mots-là, on disait il faut que la plante ait un minimum 60 jours. Pour lui, les 60 jours, c'est le temps nécessaire pour que la plante arrive à un stade donné. 8 feuilles, 6 feuilles, ça c'est technique. Le terrain, il est différent. au bout moins d'un mois, on est presque au même stade que de 6 feuilles, de 8 feuilles. Donc, le changement climatique, les conditions climatiques bouleversent. Et à ce moment-là qu'on a décidé de revoir la courbe cinétique d'absorption de l'ammonitrate. Et ça, on l'a appris chez les agriculteurs. Donc, le Cercle Babi, la confiance, l'association de la réflexion, sont des facteurs clés de la réussite de quoi que ce soit. Donc, l'expérience qu'on a vécue de la fertilisation est extraordinaire. Donc, le coût, donc l'optimisation du coût, il est tout de suite visible, les 20% dont j'ai parlé. Sur la qualité technologique aussi pour la partie industrielle. Donc, comme vous le savez, donc on paye la tonne achetée à un teneur du sucre, mais le sucre avec aussi une qualité technologique associée. Donc, ça, c'est technique. Donc, plus vous donnez plus qu'il faut, vous aurez une mauvaise qualité de la betterave. Donc, le raisonnement aujourd'hui de la fertilisation donc, a permis à la fois l'impact chez l'agriculteur, d'optimisation, etc., mais aussi l'impact à la sucrerie, donc on l'on voit. Donc, avant, les agriculteurs apportaient beaucoup d'azote, beaucoup d'engrais sans mesure. Là, c'est l'impact très, très visible. Bien sûr, l'impact sur l'environnement, on n'en parle pas. Donc, comment le dire, c'est rebelle.
Merci beaucoup, Cyril. Merci aussi d'insister sur cet autre impact tant recherché. On parlait du climat, on parlait de beaucoup de choses. La customisation au Maroc a permis d'optimiser l'usage des intrants, le N, le P et le K. En ayant développé un écosystème industriel qui est d'une grande capacité au Maroc, on est capable de produire 1 600 000 tonnes par saison, a permis aussi à ce que là où les formules n'ont pas besoin de beaucoup de N, ce n'est pas la peine de l'y mettre. Là où il n'y a pas besoin de K, ce n'est pas la peine. Là où il n'y a pas besoin de P, disons-le, même en étant en CP, nous ne le mettrons pas, dans le sens d'apporter juste l'engrais qu'il faut, juste la formule qu'il faut pour que la production soit au rendez-vous et l'agriculteur soit le vrai acteur de portage de cette customisation. Merci beaucoup, c'est Jalil. Je poserai l'autre question complémentaire à Yassine Taibi, qui est dans l'écosystème de formulation. Et je sais qu'il est porté sur l'innovation. Je pense que si vous avez fait un tour dans les stands, vous avez vu un des rares sacs au Maroc qui est transparent. Donc, c'est un sac d'engrais NPK qui est transparent où l'agriculteur peut observer, avant de l'acheter, l'engrais qu'il envisage d'acheter. Et ça, c'est une innovation dont le mérite revient à Yassine Taibi. Quelles autres innovations vous nous réservez? Quelle autre innovation vous pouvez apporter à ce secteur qui est dans la customisation par excellence? Micro, s'il vous plaît. Micro, s'il vous plaît. Il y a le speaker.
Merci, Sir Baby. Je pense dans l'industrie des engrais, il faut innover chaque année. Chaque campagne agricole, elle est différente et aucune campagne agricole ne ressemble à celle de l'année dernière, par exemple. Donc, cette année, nous travaillons sur l'efficacité des engrais. Après l'amélioration, ou bien on parle de la personnalisation des formules NPK sur le marché. Aujourd'hui, nous avons un partenariat avec une société étrangère qui est spécialisée dans les bistimulants et en NPK. Pratiquement leur expertise dans le domaine de customisation. C'est une société chinoise qui a fait ses preuves et avant, nous n'avons pas l'idée d'incorporer un biostimulant avec le NPK au départ pour un engrais de fond. Donc aujourd'hui, nous sommes en essai. C'est pratiquement c'est un biostimulant biologique à base de PGA, c'est l'acide polyglutamique, Donc, c'est poudreux. Donc, il est mélangé, incorporé en NPK. Donc, on a lancé ça depuis le mois de novembre sur la culture de blé, parce qu'on sait très bien que la culture de blé tendre est stratégique pour le pays. Donc, et ces essais suivront pour d'autres cultures, notamment l'olivier prochainement, donc dans différentes régions au Maroc. Et j'espère que bon, c'est les résultats, parce que le but, c'est l'amélioration de l'efficacité de cet engrais, parce qu'il permet d'augmenter plutôt le système racinaire. Il a un impact si le sol est pratiquement, s'il y a de la sécheresse, s'il n'est pas humide. Donc, il y a l'équipe technique pratiquement qui travaille de recherche-développement de Ferti Africa et cette société essaye de faire le maximum pour réussir cette campagne. Et j'espère les résultats, on vous communiquera, Inch'Allah. Donc, le but, c'est d'offrir un engrais sur mesure et un engrais NPK responsable.
Merci beaucoup aussi, Yacine. Merci pour ce retour par rapport à ce qui peut nous attendre dans les années qui viennent, je dirais dès la saison prochaine, Inch'Allah. En tout cas, nous comptons sur l'écosystème pour apporter davantage de solutions, davantage de réponses aux attentes de l'agriculteur. Et là, je m'oriente en dernier lieu, si Hicham, vous avez quelque chose à ajouter?
Et juste, vous avez cité tout à l'heure le sac transparent, parce que c'est une innovation sur le marché marocain, je peux dire africain, parce que ça a permis un peu d'instaurer une confiance entre l'agriculteur et le fabricant d'engrais. Et sincèrement, cette confiance nous a encouragés, parce qu'on peut vous communiquer le chiffre qu'aujourd'hui, les formules personnalisées représentent 16% du marché. C'est énorme. C'est-à-dire, au bout de 4 campagnes agricoles, on peut être fier d'arriver jusque-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, si Hicham, vous avez écouté un peu les différents challenges, les différentes difficultés, j'allais dire, vécues côté industriel. Je pense que du côté agriculteur, ça n'en manque pas. Pour vous, qui avez assisté avec nous, qui avez vécu avec nous cette transition vers la customisation en peu de temps, j'allais dire, certainement vous avez d'autres attentes. Quelles sont les choses que vous pensez qui peuvent aider à accélérer cette adoption de la customisation et de la personnalisation des produits?
Avant tout, je dois montrer le rôle des plateformes de démonstration d'Al Moutmir qui ont aidé les agriculteurs à avoir contact avec la fertilisation personnalisée et les rendements acquis avec ces plateformes par rapport aux témoins. Le contact direct des plateformes et l'implication des agriculteurs à l'installation de ces plateformes les a convaincus plus à se tourner vers les engrais personnalisés, parce qu'ils savent maintenant qu'avec les changements climatiques et le stress hydrique, on doit avoir une fertilisation appropriée et qui va avec les changements. Une fertilisation normale peut atteindre ou affecter la production, mais une fertilisation personnalisée, assistée avec des biostimulants, on peut gérer le risque avec cette fertilisation-là. Elle donne une atmosphère virtuelle à la plante pour qu'elle puisse supporter l'écart entre les pluies. Mais l'importance de l'engrais personnalisé est prouvée maintenant et elle accroît plus la production par rapport aux témoins. Moi, personnellement, j'utilise beaucoup les engrais personnalisés.
Et sinon, par rapport aux autres attentes, qu'est-ce que vous pensez par rapport aux populations d'agriculteurs dans votre région? Est-ce qu'ils sont tous embarqués dans cette dans l'adoption? Est-ce qu'il y a des ajustements de notre côté?
Avec les communautés de pratique, on essaie toujours de clarifier l'importance de cette approche, mais il faut toujours un appui de l'extérieur. Agriculteur avec agriculteur, il y a toujours quelqu'un qui doit montrer que la science a un rôle très décisif pour décontrer les changements climatiques. Un bon engrais, c'est un sol sain, c'est une bonne gestion d'eau. Il faut l'admettre et il faut passer le message aux autres agriculteurs. L'agriculteur est tout, comment dire, est dans le grand besoin de clarifier et faire passer un message simple pour qu'il puisse comprendre que l'importance de l'MPK personnalisé est l'avenir de l'agriculture. L'avenir pour qu'il puisse augmenter sa production et aussi pour régénérer son sol et ainsi faire une bonne gestion d'eau.
Merci Hicham. Je crois que si tu permets le Haja, c'est une recommandation pour accélérer un peu le programme des communautés de praticiens. Parce que finalement, c'est ça que j'entends à travers le témoignage de Hicham et je remercie pour cette recommandation. Voilà ce qu'on voulait partager avec vous en tant, j'allais dire, écosystème qui est en charge de la formulation, de la production, de la mise sur le marché, de l'utilisation et le feedback de toutes ces pratiques. Encore une fois, le rôle invisible, c'est celui de l'extensionniste parce qu'il est en lien entre l'agriculteur, le fabricant, le formulateur, l'entreprise de sourcing, etc. Si Khayi voulait rajouter quelque chose, tfadal.
J'aime bien rebondir sur ce qu'il a dit, c'est Hicham, excusez-moi, donc le fait que je profite que nous sommes dans les locaux de l'UMCSP. Donc, c'est Hicham en tant qu'agriculteur Sekhabawi, il a évoqué cette distance entre la recherche fondamentale et le terrain. Donc, c'est très important parce que le chercheur demain, aujourd'hui, accepte d'être en panel et dans la table avec l'agriculteur, avec l'opérationnel. Et c'est ça qui va en fait donner le résultat terrain. Si l'agriculteur continue à chercher des solutions tout seul, dans son coin, et que nous continuons à faire de la recherche fondamentale ailleurs, il faut qu'aujourd'hui, le challenge, on le fait. On le fait, c'est pas facile, je ne vous cache pas. Donc, il faut que le chercheur et le professeur aient cette capacité d'aller comprendre l'agriculteur, le comprendre dans le terrain, connaître le terrain et apporter les solutions pratiques. Être agile. Le terrain, malheureusement ou bien heureusement, veut des solutions rapides. Comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, parfois on demande des solutions d'une année, maximum, 6 mois. C'est ce qu'on fait. On fait des plateformes pendant le mois de septembre, octobre, novembre, pour choisir les variétés au mois d'avril et commander les variétés. Pour choisir les bons fertilisants et les commander en avril. Pour choisir les bonnes matières actives d'un produit phytosanitaire et les commander. Donc, l'agilité d'accepter d'être de faire partie de panier d'agriculteurs, je pense que c'est ce qu'on doit profiter, recommander aujourd'hui donc, aux différentes institutions et aux différents chercheurs. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci Cyril. Nous allons écouter, avant de clore cette session, le témoignage d'un autre agriculteur. Je pense que c'est une vidéo qui est prévue. L'agriculteur est parmi nous et non, vous allez le voir et certains parmi vous, si ce n'est la majorité, le connaissent. Et puis, on passera à la suite du programme. La vidéo, s'il vous plaît. Témoignage, c'est Sabri.
حميد الصبري، فلاح ورئيس الجمعية المغربية للاقتصاد في الماء والتغيرات المناخية. قبل 2019 كانت عندي الفكرة باش نهاجر والتحق بالإخوان ديالي في الديار الإيطالية لتأمين المستقبل ديالي ولعائلتي، ولكن مع المجيء ديال مبادرة المثمر واكبونا من خلال مهندسين أكفاء السي عمر والسي حميد تميم اللي ساكنين معنا هنا في قلعة سراغنا، بداو معنا بالتحاليل ديال التربة وعطاونا النتائج ديال التحاليل ديال التربة ونصحونا بالتراكيب المشخصه اللي كتلائم مع الفلاحه اللي دايرين ومع التحاليل ديال التربه. داروا معنا المنصات التطبيقيه وكيساعدونا لاختيار الاصناف المناسبه لنا، وكيدخلوا معنا في برامج ديال التكوينات، طرق الجني السليم وبرنامج السقي والتقليم الجيد والتثمين المنتوج، وكيديروا معنا المدارس الحقليه، يعني بصفه عامه مواكبه يوميه. ومني كنوقفوا وكنحتاجوا شي معلومه كنلتجئوا لتطبيق اثمار اللي كندخلوا ليه التحاليل ديال التراب ديالنا، كيعطينا اش خصنا نديروا، شحال ديال لانكري خاصنا، امتى نخدموا الارض ديالنا، بخلاصه المواكبه ديال الضيعه ديالنا طيله السنه. وشافونا كنجنيو الزيتون بايدينا. من هنا جات واحد المبادره باش نطوروا واحد الوسيله ديال جني الزيتون بطريقه جيده في اطار برنامج المكننه الفلاحيه لبرنامج المثمر. انا كنفتخر براسي كرئيس الجمعيه اللي قدرت ناطر ونكون العديد من الفلاحه، الحمد لله ولا 70% من الفلاحه ديال الاقليم ولاو كيديروا التحاليل ديال التربه وكيديروا التركيبه المشخصه، وهذا بفضل الوحده الذكيه لانتاج الاسمده اللي داروها لنا في العطاويه حدانا. الحمد لله شحال من عام وحنا كنستعملوا هذه التركيبه المشخصه اللي مكنتنا من الرفع من المردوديه ديال اشجار الزيتون ديالنا ب 35%. وبالمناسبه انا عضو في تجمع الممارسين وكندير بزاف ديال البير تو بير، وكنعلم الفلاح هذاك الشيء اللي تعلمت من المهندسين ديال مبادره المثمر، واستطعت من خلال الجمعيه انني نواكب اكثر من 5000 فلاح، وهذا الشيء كامل من اجل انتاج جيد وباقل تكلفه في ظل هذه التغيرات المناخيه.
Pour rester fidèle aux autres sessions, on peut prendre une ou deux questions avant la clôture. Une, Sisraj, juste avant vous, il avait levé la main, puis après vous. تفضل سيدي, après Sisraj.
السلام عليكم. معكم الزياني عبد الله، فلاح عن اقليم مولاي يعقوب جهه فاس مكناس. نشكر سي عبابه على واحد المعلومه اللي تكلم عليها على الثقه ديال الفلاح. بالنسبه للبرنامج ديال المؤسسات اللي كتبغي تشتغل مع الفلاح، من هذا المنبر كنشكر المؤسسه ديال المثمر على المجهودات المبذوله في جهه فاس مكناس وبالاخص في اقليم مولاي يعقوب اللي ما كناش كنعرفوا على هذا البرنامج اي شيء. الحمد لله كان واحد المواكبه، واحد المهندس الحمد لله اللي كيقوم بواحد الجولات وواحد المدارس حقليه داخل اقليم مولاي يعقوب واللي حفزنا وحفز الفلاحه الحمد لله. تكلمتي استعبابه على الثقه ديال الفلاح. صعيب الفلاح باش كياخذ الثقه من ديك المؤسسه اللي جات دير ديك البرنامج وتنجح داك البرنامج. بما انني انا كان فلاح ونائب رئيس الغرفه الفلاحيه جهه فاس مكناس، كندير صله وصل ما بين الفلاح واداره المثمر باش كنزكي داك الكلام ديال المثمر باش كتكون واحد الثقه من عند داك الفلاح. يعني الا كتكون واحد صله وصل الحمد لله كنوصلوا لواحد المسائل اللي كتكون مضبوطه ان شاء الله، وبالدور ديال المواكبه ديال المثمر داخل اقليم مولاي يعقوب الحمد لله ارتئينا الحمد لله عده مبادرات الحمد لله، منها الزرع المباشر في ظل هذه التغيرات المناخيه اللي كتعيشها المملكه الحمد لله، وخطينا واحد الخطوه الحمد لله جد مهمه بالنسبه للزرع المباشر. تجاوزنا واحد 40% بالنسبه للزرع المباشر داخل اقليم مولاي يعقوب، ومازال الحمد لله كنطمحوا باش نوصلوا لواحد الرتبه اللي كتكون مشرفه الحمد لله، لان هذا كيدخل الحمد لله في الامن ديال الغذاء المملكه. وكنعرفوا دابا حنا الحرب اللي جايه مستقبلا هي في الامن الغذائي، يعني يجب على كل من موقعه باش نحفزوا الفلاحه ونكونوا حنا من الناس اللي نحفزوهم ونحافظوا على الامن الغذائي داخل المملكه. فمشكور اداره المثمر على المجهودات اللي كدير الحمد لله، وحنا جد سعداء بهذا اليوم مع الاسره ديالنا ديال المثمر اللي عطاتنا الكثير والكثير داخل جهه فاس مكناس وبالاخص باقليم يعقوب. والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله
Merci
وبركاته.
beaucoup. شكرا جزيلا. دكتور سراج تفضل s'il vous plaît micro.
Oui, moi je vais être très court. D'abord, juste pour vous remercier et vous féliciter. Parce que notamment le modèle Cosumar, qui a été déjà démontré son succès, ayant travaillé à la FAO il y a déjà quelques années qu'on a cité le modèle Cosumar comme une histoire à succès. Et je pense parce que ça démontre le pouvoir du partenariat public-privé, en mettant l'agrégation et le paysan et son intérêt au centre de ça. Alors, juste peut-être une petite question pour le panel, c'est, alors ça c'est l'histoire de succès du sucre et du Cosumar. On aimerait bien voir ce modèle se généraliser sur d'autres chaînes de valeur. Et à votre avis, quels sont les paramètres? Je sais que la recette peut être difficile, hein, mais quels sont les paramètres qui permettent ce genre de succès? Parce que aussi, ce forum aujourd'hui, on parle d'extension en Afrique. Donc, je pense que nos histoires à succès peuvent servir aussi de modèle dans d'autres pays. Donc, ça serait bien d'avoir votre avis. Quels sont les paramètres essentiels? Bien sûr, vous avez parlé de la confiance, mais je pense qu'il peut y avoir plus de paramètres plus tangibles là-dessus. Merci, encore une fois.
Alors, je réponds de mon point de vue, et puis les panélistes répondront, parce que je fais partie des panélistes sur la liste officielle. Donc, c'est ça l'avantage des sites d'être. Et je pense que si on analyse toutes choses égales par ailleurs, la confiance, le produit, etc., réunis, il faut l'intérêt de toutes les parties prenantes. Pour moi, c'est le mot-clé. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a une entreprise qui a une mission, donc elle a intérêt à. Il y a un agriculteur qui a une mission, il a des terres, il a une vocation, il a intérêt à produire, vendre comme il faut, etc., etc. Il y a une entreprise qui s'est levée, qui a investi dans les équipements, qui vend les engrais, qui a intérêt à. Lorsque les intérêts de toutes les parties prenantes peuvent coalescer, je pense que le modèle peut être dupliqué. On peut citer le cas d'autres secteurs avec qui nous sommes en rapprochement. Le secteur de l'huilerie, ça peut être un autre secteur. Le modèle Cosumar, c'est ce volet, j'allais dire, vous me corrigez, c'est Adjlil, le volet économique qui fait que à la question économique, il y a une réponse et tout le monde retrouve son compte et ça part. Ça, c'est mon point de vue. Je pense que le modèle, on a montré qu'il est viable. Ça fait des années. De mon analyse, de mes 5 ans que je travaille avec eux, c'est un peu ça. C'est parce que toutes les parties prenantes y trouvent leur compte, y compris le pays aussi, y compris derrière ça le ministère de l'Agriculture. Donc, c'est ça qui fait que le modèle. Mais allez-y si vous avez d'autres feedback du Dr Serraj. Ça fonctionne.
Ça fonctionne, ok. Donc, M. Sekbebi, donc, c'est vrai, c'est une question qui n'est pas facile. Depuis 2008, c'est-à-dire que le ministère de l'Agriculture a mis en place le plan Maroc vert, qui est basé sur le principe d'agrégation. Donc, il a essayé de présenter la filière sucrière comme modèle. Et il a essayé aussi d'accompagner, si vous voulez, de différents opérateurs dans le secteur d'olivier, des céréales, etc., pour construire cette espèce d'agrégation. Il a mis aussi les mécanismes de subvention, d'aide, etc. Donc là, ils sont là. Moi, je dirais que les facteurs clés de réussite, donc il n'y a pas vraiment une recette magique parce qu'une recette dépend de... Moi, si je prends par exemple le cas des céréales aujourd'hui, si vous écoutez les agrégateurs des céréaliers, vous diront que je peux faire un contrat avec l'agriculteur et si le marché donne d'opportunités à l'agriculteur par ailleurs, il vend, etc. Donc, ça, c'est des choses qu'on vous met et on vous dise que pour le cas de la betterave, l'agriculteur peut... Ça, c'est... Moi, je dirais qu'il faut une réflexion, qu'il faut une réflexion qu'on ne peut pas prendre le modèle de Cosumar et l'inculquer pour l'ensemble donc, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut le modèle de Cosumar, moi je dirais qu'il est né vu l'histoire qu'il a avec les agriculteurs. Donc c'est une agrégation qui a évolué de le temps. Et c'est comme ça qu'il faut commencer. Il faut accepter aujourd'hui est-ce que les céréaliers commencent, mais qu'ils inventent peut-être leurs propres agrégations qui adaptent et qui a beaucoup de risques, beaucoup. Donc c'est ça en fait le principe, le cas aussi d'Olivier. Il faut qu'aujourd'hui les agrégations soient réfléchies et qu'ils s'adaptent par secteur. Bien sûr, on doit s'inspirer des expériences de Cosuma, mais on accepte d'évoluer. Aujourd'hui, un agrégateur qui n'accepte pas d'échouer à mi-chemin, d'accepter ce que les agriculteurs, ses partenaires, donc on commence à les fidéliser. Donc la filière sucrière, on est passé par aussi des différents. En 2006, on a fait des pas de superficie où les agriculteurs sont passés faire autre chose. Et il a fallu ne pas arrêter le modèle et profiter de ces situations et rebondir. Proposer aux agriculteurs, les écouter, avoir le courage de les écouter, avoir le courage de critiquer, d'autocritique et de proposer des solutions. Je pense que c'est ça la résilience aujourd'hui de Cosuma, c'est qu'à chaque événement, chaque soi-disant problème de chemin, chaque déclic, on s'assoit autour de la table, on pense et on rebondit. Et on pense aux solutions propres à la filière. Ce n'est pas des solutions qu'on invente, c'est des solutions qu'on trouve avec nos partenaires. Les associations, les chambres, les autorités locales, on trouve des solutions locales aux problématiques. Accepter de passer par des événements et progresser en associant. Cette relation avec l'agriculteur, c'est très important. Ce n'est pas une relation client-fournisseur, mais c'est une relation qui doit dépasser je vais pas dire d'un mariage catholique, mais vraiment une relation de partenariat qu'il faut construire et de confiance. L'agriculture, la confiance, elle est capitale.
Merci beaucoup. Je sais que Dr Siraj pose des questions qui mériteraient des conférences à part entière. Merci beaucoup. C'est ici que s'achève ma mission en tant que modérateur de cette session. Je vous prie d'applaudir nos panélistes pour leur engagement et leur témoignage.
Et je vous prie aussi d'applaudir Monsieur Kbabi pour cette magnifique modération. Merci, gentlemen. If you would join us for the final photo, thank you very much. And it is now time to resume our long, rich, and inspiring day. Thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure listening from your experiences and perspectives. So as we have to close this extension day, one message stands clear. Impact happens when science, innovation, field engagement come together with purpose. Today's exchanges have demonstrated how the strength, the quality, the ambition of our collective efforts actually deliver final best reflection and outcomes. And so before we resume, please allow me to call on stage for the closing words someone that you know, all of you, for the very reason that she was the one to putting us all together. She intentionally and purposely curated this panels, and she is the head of farming development at Moutmir. It is my pleasure and honor to ask you to have a round of applause for the person who actually is the working force behind this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamila Adani with us. Thank you very much. think it's just the honor that we have to pay for this tremendous work that you have done. The quality of the exchanges that we've had today is rarely to that level. So thank you very much, Jamila, and tell us what we have to keep in mind after this journey.
Thank you, Gaita. Thank you, dear and distinguished guests. Thank you very much for all your inputs. You really made my day. It was a dream to have this conference on extension. I wanted to have a tribute to all the people with whom we work on a constant and a daily basis. And your presence, your rich insights, and your generous contributions made really our day here at UM6B. I don't want this conference to be just a conference, as Dr. Seraj said. I want it to be a continuum. I want it to be really a very beginning, a movement, why not? Transforming agriculture in Africa is not an easy task. And transforming agriculture in the world is so complex that it needs only will. And I'm sure that having research, academia, institutional partners, farmers, dedicated farmers among us, extension teams or advisory teams, or what I would call connectors, and I'm borrowing Dr. Suresh. Connectors is a really an appropriate term to qualify all the efforts that extension teams do on a very daily basis to support farmers, to make research and applied research easily adapted to the realities of farmers, and also to loop back. This loop is very interesting. It gives insights. It enables research to be an applied research, serving the challenges of society and not a disconnected research. And we are really proud to have you all here. Thank you very much to all the persons who contribute today to this conference. I would like to extend special thanks to some people who worked closely to make this extension conference real. Warm thanks to the team. They worked day and night to make it possible. Thanks a lot for your dedication. Special thanks go to the team of the College of Agriculture, to the team of Africa Initiative, to our partner UM6B Innovation Hub. Fatim Zahra and Mehdi have been supporting this conference for more than 2 years. So special thanks to you all, to our partners who came to Morocco from far away, to all the people, our institutional partners, to all the people who made it possible, to a performance agency that managed all the events. And as I said, we don't want this conference to be over. We want it to be a start, a movement that would aim to transform agriculture. We have a lot of success and use cases that we need to leverage. And we have all the ingredients. So let it be a really good start for our next year conference that will aim, and we will be starting building that with you as of today, that will build the start of a new models adapted to Africa reality, new models of extension and advisory that are from and for Africa. And I would really like to invite Dr. Suresh to give really the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamila, for this brilliant closing. We are going to keep in mind that it's not over, but it's a start, and this start is going to include all the partners of the ecosystem. Thank you.
I'll be very short. Jamila always puts me on the spot, but this is really a good event. I want to just plant to the number one here. Where is it? Is it here on the other side? Number one. I like that very much. So that's the beginning. And I must say, after what we've heard all day, all of us, we've heard a lot. And personally, I have learned a lot. We've learned from our colleagues who came from the US. That's really the top-notch knowledge of how extension service works in academia, and we have a lot to learn from that. And I thank you for that. I think we have a long way to go to reach those. We've heard from our colleagues in India, and having worked in India, I can tell you, if there is a system of agriculture and food systems that's really impressive, you know, handling 1.5 billion of population rural, I think we have to learn a lot. But I must say that I was partly touched by the fact that presence from Africa was not up to the optimal, I would say. So that's my comment to Jamila. I said, let's bring this. So let us all think together about number 2. Is it this side? Let us think about number 2. And how can we make this, as Jamila just said, a movement for the future? Because if there is a continent where all the issues on agri-food systems futures are now being played, it is in this continent. This continent has all the resources, the natural resources, the human capacity, the youth of the future, yet we're still struggling to ensure our food security. So it's our mission, UM6P, Moutmir, the private sector, cooperatives. I think as we've heard from the story of Consumar, as we say in Arabic, one hand cannot upload. So we need to put our hands together to make that success. And I look forward to working with all of you, and of course with the leadership of Moutmir, to make that number 2 event more successful than this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siraj. Thank you for this final closing word. Let me just quickly and briefly thank you all. On the behalf of Moutmir, of UM6P and KS, I would like to thank all the partners, all the speakers, all the participants. Your contribution have been elevating this forum and strengthen our shared ambition, building resilient, inclusive, farmer-centric agri-food system of Africa is an open field that I am sure with the whole ecosystem that we've started to see here has a long way to go. My name is Geita Kalemba. I had the honor and privilege to be your master of ceremony for the day. And thank you all for the trust, the Moutmir team. And I want to invite you all to actually join me on stage for a family picture. Thank you. Jamila and all the team. We'll have the team first, but ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, we like pictures. The Moutmir team, can you please join us on stage and surround this beautiful, thank you very much. It was an amazing moment to share this conversation with you. All the team behind this conference, you are now invited to take place where you belong, on stage, so everybody can appreciate the talent and the effort and the intentionality that you've put in. Thank you for coming all together. I'll leave you the space. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for bringing us all together here today for this conference. And we look forward for the next year.